Just to remind you that this session forms part of the examination of the Greater Norwich Local Plan, and although most of the people on the in the session today were here yesterday, for the benefit of those that weren't and for those watching on the live stream, my name is Mike Warden, and with my colleague Thomas Hatfield, we are the inspectors appointed by the Secretary of State to conduct this examination and report to the partnership in due course. Just to remind you to turn off your mobile phones or keep them to silent, and make sure that you're muted when you're not speaking. We'd be grateful if you could turn your camera on when you are speaking. That would be helpful. Today we're dealing with Matter 15, which is about housing land, and we're going to come back to some points that we needed to return to when we last discussed this topic last year. And also we've got now the benefit of some new information from the partnership. Before I start today's session, though, I just wonder whether there is anything from the partnership that they wish to bring to the attention of the inspectors before we start.
Good morning, sir. We do have a update to provide you with, which we can do in the form of a note relating to sites that aren't specifically being discussed today.
Okay, thank you. Well, perhaps when we come on to that, when we get into the session, perhaps you could explain to us what that is about. I wonder whether if the partnership could just introduce the people that will be speaking today, representing the partnership first, please.
Certainly, sir. My name's Adam Banham. I'll be leading for the partnership on this element. We've got a reasonably substantial team with us, just I suppose reflecting the breadth of the subject area for the housing trajectory. So Mr. Walker will speak most likely on the Norwich sites. Mr. Burrell, who leads the team, will be in the background. Mr. Hal Williams will provide us with legal input as required. Mr. Harris will also be available to speak about specific site matters. We also have Mr. Bisley as our viability expert. And then speaking in terms of the trajectory for their specific sites and nutrient mitigation measures, we have Mr. Olwyn on behalf of Taylor Wimpey at North Ratcliffe, Mr. Bodkin for Beeston Park, and Mr. Presley for Long Stratton.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Can we turn to the other participants, please, who will be speaking today? I'll go through the list on the programme. For Barratt David Wilson Homes, please.
Ed Durant from Pegasus Group. Good morning.
Good morning. And for Barratt David Wilson Homes and Pigeon, please.
Good morning, sir. It's Jonathan Dixon at Savills. Hopefully you can hear me and see me.
I can see you. Thank you very much. And hear you, Mr. Dixon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's a bit of muffle on your microphone, Mr. Dixon, but I can hear you.
Thank you, sir. I've got a spare microphone and headset to hand if it turns out that we have problems later on.
Yeah, I can hear some other noise in the background, I think. Can you hear it, Ms. Feeney?
Yes, indeed. I think your microphone is picking up surrounding noise, Jonathan, and you might need to switch to the headset.
I will switch to the headset, Annette. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. And for Burley Homes, please.
Morning, sir. Hannah Leary from Barton Wilmore, now Stantec on behalf of Burlier Limited.
Good morning. And CPRE Norfolk.
Mr. Rayner or Mr. Hook haven't joined the meeting. Inspector, are you content if they do join that I let them in at a later stage?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you. And for Holsbury.
Good morning, Sir. Heather Pugh, David Locke Associates. I'll be speaking on the North Rackheath scheme, and I'm joined by Harry Bennett from Lichfield, who'll be speaking generally. Harry.
Good morning again, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. Landstock Estates, please.
Good morning, Sir. Graham Tuddenham, Landstock Estates. We have land interests across the Greater Norwich area, and I will be also supporting Holsbury Estates on the matters as well.
Thank you. Mr. Tuddenham, Orbit Homes.
Morning, sir. David Jones from Armstrong Road Planning.
Good morning, Mr. Jones. Terra Strategic.
Morning, it's James Bonner from Barton Wilmore, Stantec.
Mr. Bonner. And finally, Welbeck Land.
Good morning, Jamie Martin Edwards and James Bailey from James Bailey Planning, representing Welbeck Land. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So if CPRE come, they can join in the discussion. Thank you. Just in the way that we should do, just 3 points really. One, in relation to today, that Mr. Hatfield and I are working on this session jointly. I will be asking, I'll be leading the first set of questions, and then Mr. Hatfield will deal with the second two questions. But we will be dealing with this jointly, so questions could come from either of us, as yesterday. Secondly, the issue of emission sites. We're not here to talk about emission sites. I know that some of the party's position is that there is not enough housing land, and therefore more sites need to be found. But we're not discussing today the merits or otherwise of those emission sites, those particular emission sites, because they're not before us. And thirdly, in relation to housing, we are picking up issues really that we're not able to resolve last time. So we did have last year quite a detailed run through of all the allocated sites, and we're not intending to unpick any of that unless we have got some specific questions that we'd like to understand, but we're not going through each individual site again. We're not repeating what we have already heard, but as I said, there are some questions that we've got on some specific sites or some specific assumptions, and also some of those points have been raised by other participants here today. So there will be some going into some sites, but as a rule, we're not going to do that because we did that in detail last year. Can I then turn to the first question, where we're looking at the overall trajectory and the overall land position, so the question that we have asked is, taken as a whole, do any alterations to the site delivery assumptions significantly alter the overall housing land position? And I'm looking now, I'm going to ask the partnership to explain briefly to us what had happened and what they've done to get us to where we are now. But just as we understand it, there was an original trajectory submitted with the plan, which made certain assumptions and included provision as it set out for 49,500 homes. There was then an update in September 2021, which reduced that slightly, I think to 48,000, based upon some different assumptions. And now that moderated supply is down to 46,400 units. Now, that is said in the briefing paper to in your response, partnership response, that is largely as a result of the nutrient neutrality issues that we discussed yesterday, but also on different delivery assumptions on some sites as a result of discussions at previous hearings. So we're really about 3,000 down on that total figure from the submitted plan. Could the partnership just take us through where they now got to on that on that change trajectory, compared to the information that the basis on the information which last discussed? You've said that nutrient neutrality, you've said change delivery assumptions. So what is the basis of those changes, and where does what's been done, and why have those changes occurred?
Certainly, sir. In terms of nutrient neutrality and its impact on the housing trajectory, there's probably 5 key points we'd want to restate. Is obviously the substantial progress we've made with Royal Haskoning over the last year or so, which showed that it was prudent to write a buffer into the plan. We've also incorporated the 18-month delay into the housing trajectory for certain sites that would have been caught by nutrient neutrality, which I think, as you would have heard yesterday, was a prudent gap to leave. And we've also been seeing how developers have been working up various mitigations for sites of more than a few hundred, in addition to the other portfolio of measures that have been seen. So I think that's probably the key thing in terms of nutrient neutrality. We've obviously focused heavily on the accuracy of the trajectory and rates of delivery, and I think there's probably a further 4 points there, if you wouldn't mind, I'd just like to quickly make, which is that the moderated supply still is well above the 40,541 housing requirement. The trajectory has been grounded in a lot of statement of common ground and joint delivery statement work, with us talking to the promoters as planning practice allows. We're confident that we'd have at least a 5-year supply and adoption of the plan once mitigations are taken into account. But of course, in the paper we provided last October, we did set out the alternative of a stepped trajectory. And then I think probably another area just to briefly touch on, if you wouldn't mind, is just to make a few extra points about how we've done additional viability work, as you would have heard yesterday, putting in a cautious estimate of around 5,000 to 7,000 pounds per dwelling to mitigate nutrient neutrality, which gives us confidence that other factors around delivery of sites can be managed. And it's also important to understand the partnership's evidence itself, that when we've identified sites as red for nutrient neutrality, it doesn't mean to say that they can't come forward. It's just that there's been issues that we've had to work through, such as discharge of conditions. Lastly, the partnership does have a note that it would like to offer to the inspectors. This has been largely triggered by a notification we received a week ago about a site that's not for discussion today. It's not a significant issue to the overall land supply position and the strategy of the plan, it would make a slight difference to our 5-year land supply, taking it to 5.9 years, but it would still leave us with a 13% buffer on top of our housing requirement.
Which site is this, Mr. Banham?
It's White House Farm, which is in 2 parts at Sproston. GT20 and GNLP 0132 are the references. We were notified last week that there's been a change in the promoter there, and given that, we would just like to A, notify you, and B, just reprofile that within our trajectory, just so that you've got the most up-to-date information on those specific sites. As I said, it makes no difference to the overall land supply position and the overall strategy.
But so it affects the 2038 position.
Yes, it would mean that we've got slightly different numbers around the moderated supply and the potential supply. You'll be familiar with those 2 terms that we use. It just essentially moves delivery of those sites slightly further along in the trajectory. But as I said, we still keep to a 5.98 year 5-year land supply position and a 13% buffer on our overall housing requirement against the moderated supply.
And just to tell me why in relation to that particular site you've got this updated information? Is it that your intelligence means that that the position that's set out in here for all the other sites still holds as at March 2023 and the figures of April 2022, or is this just a one-off?
This was a one-off. We received notification last week that the land promoter and the consortium of developers had their option agreement had come to an end. So the landowner remains committed to bringing forward the site, but we just felt that it was important to bring that to your attention, even though its significance to the plan is in no way relevant to the overall housing trajectory or the strategy.
But it takes it down from what you said, a 14% buffer to a 13% buffer.
That's
so
correct.
What's the reduction in the total? Because what we were looking at in the submitted information, the moderated supply end plan period is 46,400. What would that reduce by 2038 figure as a result of this new information?
So the change in GT20 would mean that there would be a loss of 329 homes from our 5-year land supply position, and GNLP 0132, which was the continuation site to that, so wasn't in the 5-year land supply but was in the plan period, that would mean that there would be a loss of 660 homes to the overall supply at 2038.
Are they separate, so that is 660 a total loss, or does the 329 and the 660 have to be added together?
They have to be added together.
So what would that give? So that would take the 46,400 down to 45,500 or something, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So our potential supply would remain at 49,413, and then our moderated supply would drop slightly to 45,728. I can see that Mr. Harris wants to come in, so there might be some points that he'd like to add.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Harris.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Warden. Thank you, sir. So just for clarity there, I think Mr. Banham may have misspoken. So he said a 5.99 year supply or 5.98 year supply. I think it may have been a 5.89 year supply was what he meant to say. Also, in terms of whether those two numbers should be added together in terms of loss from the overall plan period, no, that's not the case. So the 300 would be lost from the 5-year period, and that results from the GT20 site, which was in the 5-year period, moving back because of the change in circumstances. The then 660 home loss from the allocation site results from that moving backwards in the plan period. So they don't add together. So the 660 is the loss from the overall moderated supply, which takes it from the 46,379 number down to 45,728, and the 300 and a little bit comes off the 5-year land supply period.
Okay, thank you. Well, we'll come on to 5-year land supply in a moment. I'm just looking at the overall picture. So the overall picture for moderated would be 45,728. Well, I think it'd be helpful to have that set out in a note, but I also think it would be helpful for us to understand whether the changes have occurred that you've not. I can see what you said on this site, but the changes that you occur to get you to the figure in the documents that you submitted in September 22 compared to September 2021, without going through each individual site and working out where those changes are. Is there a list of changes to those sites in the overall 2020-38 picture that we can see?
Just to clarify, so that's the difference between what was discussed last March and what we submitted in October of last year.
Yeah, so we can say, well, okay, well, on site X you've assumed 200 less, therefore it's there 200. On that one you've assumed that so on site Y it might be that, well, that plan that site's going to extend further beyond 2020-38, so we've reduced that by 300. So you've got to get, it's that gap between the 2021 total figure of 48,150 and the now figure, which you're suggesting is 45,728. What accounts for that gap? Because in September 21 there were some changes as a result of East Norwich, I think, for example. But so what accounts for that gap? So there's a story from the submitted plan down to where we are now, but we can understand looking at that total figure. The 5-year supply we'll come on to, and that's a different calculation.
Yeah, so the evidence that we submitted last autumn contained a part 1 and a part 2 in addition to the D3.2D document. So in the part 2 we listed out the all the sites and put a brief commentary in there as to why the forecast was as it was. The changes between autumn 21 and the information you heard at the beginning part of 2022 was obviously as a consequence of nutrient neutrality. So we for several sites which for example had permission but didn't have drainage conditions discharged, we built in an 18-month delay for nutrient neutrality measures to come on stream, which, as you've heard yesterday, is on track. And then also we did further work with engaging with the promoters of various sites, which, as you know, PPG sees as credible evidence. And we went through with those site promoters and understood exactly where their delivery was likely to be, their lead-in times and completion rates on site. That's all listed out in the part 2 to D3.2D.
But you could put that into a table for us.
Yeah, certainly. I think we've got that information to hand. I think you know, hopefully you'd find that largely we've answered many of those questions in the evidence we've already provided, but we'd certainly be happy to go over that again should there be specific sites that you have concerns over.
Well, if you could just produce a table which just sets out where those changes have occurred,
yeah,
that would be helpful to us. Now, you might then refer to the more detailed information which is already in the submitted document, but just a table just to say where those changes have occurred will be helpful to us.
Yeah, certainly we can do that.
Thank you. There aren't any hands raised. Are there any points that people wish to bring to the discussion at this stage? Okay. So some of the respondents have said we'll come on to 5-year supply, and we'll come on to the sites that have planning permission or commitments that I know that we've got some. Well, you've seen the further questions, the detailed questions we've asked. We'll come on to that. But do people want to make any comments in relation to that overall housing trajectory that has now been put forward, and the additional points that have been made just now by Mr. Banham and Mr. Harris? Mr. Jones.
Thank you, sir. I was going to leave this to discussion on 5-year supply, but I think it's relevant anyway, really. I think following the discussion yesterday, the 18-month delay is something that needs serious review. I think we heard yesterday that there was going to be some mitigation, maybe for a few hundred homes released in the next few months, and more coming online after that. The trajectory we've got was published in September last year, and was, you know, maybe an optimistic picture from then. The joint delivery statements, I believe, were agreed in May last year with various parties. Certainly our client sites at land north of Smee Lane for 272 homes, that was agreed in May last year, and is much less favourable position now in terms of delivery on that site. I don't think we can be sure that, you know, I think we've got started delivery in first homes in 2024. As things stand, we can't be sure of that. We're not sure of being able to deliver on-site mitigation, and as a site of that size, we understand that the authorities will be prioritising SMEs in the first tranche of credits, and therefore that will be nowhere within that. I think there's a desperate need for the trajectory to be updated, and for a realistic assumption on when a certain tranche of credits is going to come forward. If there's going to be credits within the next 6 months for maybe 200 homes, then that's, you know, that can be factored in, and for a certain proportion of sites, and then so on and so forth from there on in. There just isn't the evidence at this stage that there's going to be enough credits for, you know, all of the sites that have been delayed by 18 months to come forward within that period. And they're already being delayed by a year, and that's going to obviously slow down sites coming forward after that. In terms of people applying for planning permission, will people apply for planning permission if they can't buy credits? Will people start to build if they're not sure of those credits? The mitigation actually being delivered. So yeah, that's just a sort of an opening gambit for me. But I think there's a need for a new trajectory and a new consideration of all sites and the detail of when mitigation is likely to come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Just a general point. We asked the partnership to update the trajectory last year for reasons that it needed to be updated, and it can only be updated as from a point of April. So it was updated April 2022. We can look at some assumptions on where there is significant impact on the overall trajectory, but we can't get into a position where we're just asking for continuous trajectories, because at some point we have to go on what we've got. And the April 2023 figures are not going to be available to us because we're March 2022, and indeed that will take some time to produce those figures. So it's an imperfect position, but it is a position that we've got. What we're trying to do is understand the overall figure and whether there's any significant changes to that. Mr. Jones, did you want?
Yeah. In which case, then I think you need to ensure that the 18-month delay is reconsidered. I think other parts of the country has been more like a 3-year period before any significant mitigation has come online, and that if you keep sticking with the current trajectory, then it needs to be kicked back by at least 3 years, and that will have a significant knock-on effect for both the 5-year supply and the delivery in the plan period.
Well, it is the trajectory that's been submitted now which takes account of some of those assumptions. So what we're trying to do is understand whether they are reasonable in the evidence that we've got now.
Just to
say that, yeah. Sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Jones. Just to add to that, I'll be leading on the next question, question 4, with regards to the 5-year supply. I'd intended to delve into this issue of an 18-month delay, so we'll move on to that in due course. So that point's not lost, and we'll consider that further as we move on to question 4.
Okay.
Mr. Bennett.
Good.
You're on mute, Mr. Bennett.
Hello.
Thank you. Hello. We
Sorry.
can hear you now. Thank you.
Still getting used to this. I'd sort of like to echo those comments, and sort of as you would have seen our representations, based on our trajectory and without going into the specifics of those sites, obviously, is that we were sort of running pretty close to the wire, as it were, with additional changes to White House Farm, and sort of we'll wait for the note to see why that is. But I do note that it is a nutrient neutrality affected site, and I guess that this just exemplifies the fact that there are inherent risks associated with nutrient neutrality, which I guess we'll come on to in a minute for question 4, but also inherent risks that have arisen since the September update. And I'm not saying that we need to update the trajectory in full now, given obviously what you just said, but unfortunately the wider market conditions have changed, and sort of in considering the trajectory, we need to consider those risks and the risks of not delivering enough housing throughout this plan period, both market and affordable, and sort of within the 5-year period. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bennett. Hannah Leary.
Thank you, sir. Actually, in light of what Mr. Hatfield has just said, I think the comment I was going to make, which was a point around viability and how the partnership is considered the potential for additional viability assessments to be coming forward in light of the nutrient neutrality mitigation, and probably also picking up on the point I made yesterday around build cost inflation. But that I think, in light of what Mr. Hatfield said and what you've said, sir, that's probably better discussed in the 5-year housing land supply point.
Thank you very much. Mr. Martin Edwards.
Good morning, sir. Thank you. And apologies that we seem to be picking up from things that we did discuss yesterday. We talked about nutrient neutrality and particularly the assessment that we've done on our sites at Windham for Welbeck Land. The significant reductions that we'd experienced there from the different calculators that we'd put in. I think the point that Mr. Banham has just made first thing this morning about one particular site may well have larger ramifications for others. And I think your wording was about significant changes, perhaps until we know what they would be in terms of the rest of the sites, perhaps that make up the trajectory. And the note that you suggested, perhaps we might not know what the significance of these changes would be until we've got that in front of us. It looks as if the numbers from starting very close to 50,000 houses over the plan period are gradually coming down. We're appreciative that it's of things that nobody's making, but until we've got all of that information in front of us, I think it's fair to say we are uncertain as to how the plan could deliver what it's suggesting over that longer period of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hatfield.
Thank you. Just a detailed point, I think, for Mr. Banham, really, given the discussion we had about the note we've asked for, detailing the changes in the total plan supply. I've had a quick look through the table during the discussion that Mr. Banham referred us to, which gives commentary on a site-by-site basis. But it's not clear to me from having looked through this that it gives us the answer to the question we were looking to resolve, really. I think the point that myself and Mr. Warden have discussed, and it's the point that Mr. Warden raised with you just a moment ago, Mr. Banham, is that as submitted, the plan had a total plan supply of 49,492. That's taken from table 6 in the submitted plan. And in the most recent figures, there's a decline of around 3,000 homes, just over 3,000, for the total plan supply to 2038. And with this site at Sproston, that potentially deteriorates further. And it was difficult for us trying to track that change, looking at the information that had been provided. So understanding how we've gone from a position at submission of a supply to 2038 of around 49,500, and how that's now changed to a position of more than 3,000 homes less. Where those changes have arisen, I think, is the particular point we were looking to drill into. And with regards to the table you pointed us to, I mean, I just checked the one site new that had come down was East Norwich. Obviously, its submission that was assumed to be delivering 4,000, and that's come down based on the various pieces of work that's been done. But that change isn't shown in that table. For example, there's no original figure or figure at 1st of April 2021 and the position now. It's just showing the same figure. So I think what we'd like to see is precisely where the assumptions have changed to get from the position where we were at to where we are now. So just a point of clarification, and hopefully that assists you, Mr. Banham. And like I say, that's with the benefit of having looked at the table you referred us to a few minutes ago. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That does clear up the question you're asking and the points we need to address. So thank you.
Thank you. It's also worth noting that that as inspectors, well, on the evidence that we've heard, we may feel that the numbers are different on certain sites. So, and we haven't set that out. We've had a discussion last year, but there still may well be some concerns from us about some delivery assumptions as part of what we're discussing today. So those aren't necessarily final figures, but the work that we've asked you to do will help us understand, because there still might be some further adjustments to them before we come to what we consider to be the final figures. Is that okay?
No, that's understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Banham, did you want, or the partnership, do you want to respond to the points that have been made by the participants just before we came in there?
Well, especially, I'll bring in Mr. Harris. I mean, obviously, you heard our position on nutrient neutrality yesterday, so I won't add to that. But I'll allow Mr. Harris to speak.
I was going to respond to the points there, but I think as your colleague Mr. Hatfield pointed to, I suspect a number of these points are going to come out in terms of the 18-month delay, so on and so forth, during the next discussion. So rather than preempt that now, I might come back on the points raised by the four representors that commented as part of that discussion, unless you'd like me to do it now.
If there's anything that, because we're dealing with this in two parts, so we're just dealing with the overall figure now. Realise there's a 5-year supply component of that, but we'll deal with that because that's about when sites start, what the issue is about moving them forward, etc., moving out the 5-year into a longer period. But if there's anything that relates to that total figure, Mr. Harris, that you'd like to respond to in addressing some of the points that have been raised by those respondents, and for example, Mr. Bennett in particular, is there anything you'd like to respond to?
I mean, the only thing I'd point to at this stage, sir, is that we've focused around the 46,379 numbers as now adjusted to 45,728, which is the moderated supply line. When I read the plan and in terms of table 6, it talks about total housing potential. Now that figure is different and higher and is a reflection of an assumption about the potential housing that could be delivered through the plan in sufficiently strong market conditions. That is distinct from the moderated supply, which takes a more, I guess, balanced assessment of what the delivery of sites is normally expected to be. So there is an interplay between those 2 points, but I think we can tease that out in the note that we feed back to you, sir, to make that clearer.
So on potential supply, it's about, well, if the market conditions allow and if resources allow, then house builders could build more than basically the land is there to be built on, but the rates would have to change from what we assume them to be.
Absolutely, sir. So substantively around Beeston Park and North Rackheath and those sites, we might bring White House Farm into this. If they deliver at perhaps the maximum rates that you'll see in some of the evidence in the background, start to finish, if you look at the range for those types of sites, goes up quite high. If the market was strong enough, if they then you could deliver more homes because the land is there and it's available and there's no phasing break within this plan, whereas the moderated supply says, well, based upon more typical feedback that we're getting from the development industry, this is what we'd expect.
Thank you. Just to kind of a general observation on the, I suppose, reduction in numbers on an annual basis from the submitted plan to the 2021-2022 figures. I mean, they've been dropping, so we've got down to 3,000, and now we're hearing some information that it will take it down even further. I mean, on adoption of the plan, assume the plan will be adopted in 2024. Let's assume that for now. Then, is this a trend that is likely to continue, or does it plateau out? Mr. Harris, I can't hear, I'm afraid.
What?
Sorry. Mr. Harris.
Oh, I'm not on mute. I'll just try and. Sorry, am I audible now, sir?
You are now, yeah.
No, sorry, it wasn't showing as audible on or as inaudible or muted on my screen.
No,
so my apologies there, sir.
Yeah, no. I can hear you now.
So. Good. Well, we're back in the room, so to speak. I mean, I think the observation I'd make is that the reason we build in a buffer is we recognise that through a plan period there will be, times of great turbulence where we see the housing market shifting, and times of more stability when things change less often. As we came into submitting this plan for examination, I think we had a period of relative stability for a period of time, which is reflected in the fact that we delivered well above our requirements over the first sort of 4 years since we base dated our housing requirement. Since that point and since the examination, obviously we've had quite a lot of turbulence, be it the pandemic, be it the recent changes to nutrient neutrality, be it the wider economic conditions. So will things change over time? Yes, but I think what we're seeing at the moment is a reduction, is more about those circumstances that I expect across the plan period to ultimately be a finite and probably a relatively short period of time. So I don't think it's a trend of ever decreasing supply. I think we've just found some conditions at this point in time that have caused an adjustment over a relatively short period. But through the plan period, we'll have periods of stability where things don't change and probably actually move in the other direction.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Harris. Thank you. Mr. Dixon and then Mr. Bennett.
Thank you, sir, and hopefully you can hear me better now.
Yes, loud and clear.
Excellent. So it's a very short point, and noting that the examination's been going on for some time now. I've forgotten exactly when the earlier sessions were, but during those earlier sessions, clearly you will know that we talked about the housing requirements overall. And I think the question you've just asked of the partnership is very pertinent in the wider realm of the examination. And it's not a detailed point I want to make, but I know that you will be looking at this supply in the context of all the points that were made in relation to the housing requirement. And the simple point is that the housing supply in the trajectory as identified by the council is completely predicated on the basis that their calculation of the requirement is the correct one. And as this trajectory shows, the supply overall is dropping slightly year on year and every time we look at it. And I note the points that Mr. Harris makes, but given the wider economic outlook, it's just as possible that there are going to be other situations and issues that arise that result in a slight trimming of the supply. So I just wanted to flag, sir, and I know you will be, that we need to look at this overall trajectory and overall supply in the context of your findings when published on the overall requirement. And that was simply my point, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Thank you. Mr. Bennett.
Thank you. So just a quick point on the moderated sort of versus potential supply. And I know you probably would have seen it before, but it's, it's our start to finish report in terms of delivery rates. And that does account for previous, the 2008 crash. And just to note that, yes, while sites can beat the averages, the reason why that we went and did that research was to find what average rates were across the country and why more realistic rates should be assumed. In fairness to the council, the update that they did in September 2020 took a lot of account of start to finish, including on delivery rates, and we welcomed those changes there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bennett. Thank you. Mr. Harris, Mr. Banham, is there anything else that you wish to say in response?
I think it's probably just worth reiterating a couple of references for you. In the document D3.2D, we do talk about at paragraph 37 the way that we took a precautionary approach to sites with we refer to a 10% fallout, and that would still see us at 2,180 homes per annum. I think also we did show good early delivery in the early years of the plan period as well, which I think just reiterates Mr. Harris's point about how things do fluctuate, but there remains a healthy buffer for the plan.
Mr. Martin Edwards, you've got your hand up. What I want to do is collect the responses from, any additional points from the respondents, and then give the council the last word on this being able to respond. Mr. Martin Edwards, you've got a point.
Thank you. It was more of a question of clarification. I just wondered, in line with paragraph 22 of the NPPF, whether or not the partnership had considered extending the plan period beyond the 15 years to help support the likely timescales for delivery.
It's not the submitted plan, and it's not something that's been put to us. But Mr. Harris, you were going to respond?
I mean, the only thing I was going to say, sir, is that was a recent change, which, as I read the annex, was to apply to plans that had been submitted after when this plan was submitted. So it wasn't something we specifically considered, but clearly it related to a change in the NPPF, which was to adjust or relate to plans submitted after the plan we submitted.
Thank you.
Mr. Martin Edwards, you got your hand up? Do you want to come back on that?
No, apologies. My hand was left up from the original question. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. So if there's no further points on this particular issue, and the partnership doesn't wish to say anything in response, then I think we should then move on to look at the 5-year supply, and then we're going to look at some specific sites that we've raised that were kind of left hanging really last time. So if we now move on to the issue of the 5-year land supply, Mr. Hatfield is going to lead on this, but we're dealing with jointly. I've got some questions as well. So it's 10:21. So I think, is everyone okay to continue when we have a break about 11? Yep. Okay. So we will. I'll hand over to Mr. Hatfield now. We'll deal with the 5-year land supply. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Question 4 is, will there be at least a 5-year supply of deliverable housing land on adoption of the plan? Couple of points of clarification first before we get into the meat of the discussion. So document D3.2D, which is the updated housing trajectory topic paper dated September 2022. Appendix F of that document, which is the last page, is page 28 of the PDF. It contains 2 tables, the first of which shows a total supply of housing of 13,273, whereas the second table shows a supply of 6,912, so a substantial difference. Could the partnership just briefly explain why there's such a big difference between those 2 figures? And which sites are excluded from the second table? Thank you.
I think I can probably help you there, sir. Sorry to jump in, Mr. Banham. So the second table there is, as I hoped was expressed, but perhaps wasn't in paragraphs 50 to 54 of that document, excludes all major sites that were restricted, or we believe to be restricted at that time, and there's been some change around there, by nutrient neutrality constraints.
Okay. When you say all major sites, is there a threshold cut off them?
10.
10. Okay.
And you'll have seen within the document we made other adjustments to account for delays in windfall and smaller sites.
Okay, thank you. So in effect, that's taking in 5-year supply terms what you consider to be a worst case scenario with regards to nutrient neutrality. Is that a fair summary of the approach you've taken?
I think that would have been a fair summary of the approach as at the time of the publication of that document. As I referred to, I think since we published that, there were a few sites which we would have identified as constrained by nutrient neutrality constraints. And as we've gone through the last 6 months, a few of those have been released back as we've investigated actually the extent of those conditions. So I think it probably would be slightly better. Well, it would be slightly better than reflected then, but ostensibly, yes, it was a worst case scenario based upon the evidence we had at that point in time.
Okay, thank you.
Just in case it's useful, sir, I think paragraphs 40 and 41 of D3.2D help explain the number of homes that are allocated and with permission being 10,760, and then of those 5,823 or about 54% not being constrained by nutrient neutrality.
Okay, thank you for that. That's helpful clarification. Okay, that's helpful. The updated topic paper also states that delivery on sites affected by nutrient neutrality has been assumed to be delayed by 18 months. Is that a blanket approach that's been taken to all sites So does it assume an across the board 18-month delay?
It's not a blanket approach. We took a site by site approach. So we used the information provided by developers and promoters about when they thought that sites would come forward, and then we, if you like, layered on top of that an 18-month delay, where as a partnership we thought that was a precautionary approach. For example, if a site had outline permission but drainage conditions, for example, were yet to be discharged, then we would add in the 18-month delay.
And is that 18 months? So it's not every site. It's some sites. Is that, and which sites was it not applied to then?
It was done on a case by case basis. In the part 2 document, we tried to explain that on a site by site basis, but I suspect Mr. Paris has got some useful points to add.
Mr. Harris.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I mean, I think the general approach is expressed in para 6 or para 17 rather of that document, as Mr. Banham has pointed to. We've applied that consistently unless a developer promoter has indicated a longer delay in their program. So when we engage with the developers, they actually said, well, we've programmed it for longer based upon other things that we're doing, and indeed taking the lead in for sites. So if a site was well within the plan period and beyond the timescale we would consider reasonable to delay a site, thinking about when this constraint is likely to have been overcome, then we wouldn't have delayed a site late in the plan period when it can reasonably be expected that nutrient neutrality constraints have been addressed. The other point that's perhaps, I think, important to note, and it would have been a point that I'd made in response to one of the comments from the representative for Orbit, was it's not that we started in March 2022 and pushed everything back 18 months from that point. We applied it to the forecast that was being provided to us from the developer, which created a natural stagger throughout that period. So it's not that everything is needed 18 months from March last year.
That's one of the questions I was going to ask you, so that's helpful clarification. So in effect, if the developer had said to you, for example, that the first homes would be delivered from 1st of April this year, it's that date that you would have pushed back 18 months. It's not assuming that there isn't a problem 18 months on from the 1st of April 2022. You've applied the 18-month delay to the figure given to you by the developer, or the figure you were previously assuming. Is that
Yes.
correct? That's the approach. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's helpful clarification. A number of hands went up under the last question in relation to this point. So does anyone wish to come in now in relation to this 18-month delay approach relating to nutrient neutrality? Okay, 3 went up almost instantaneously, but Mr. Jones, you obviously got to the buzzer first, so I'll take your comment first. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification. I mean, when I was reading through the second document, D3.2E Part 2, I mean, it seems like an awful lot of sites obviously had been stalled from, March last year, or at least, were expected to gain consent in the 6 months after March last year. Certainly our client site was. It would be useful to maybe have a summary of where, what the delivery date. It's all in text at the moment, and maybe to have a summary of, this is when we expected the site to commence, and this is when the 18-month delay has been applied sort of from. Because it certainly wasn't my reading that there's much of a stagger there, so it'd be useful for clarity.
So Mr. Jones, your point is that having read that information in tabular form, it's not clear to you where the 18-month staggers come in. Is that the point you're making?
Yeah, exactly, and certainly from our client's point perspective, the 18-month delay has been applied pretty much from mid 2024, and that 18-month delay wouldn't be appropriate from that point. And even if it's been applied to a site that was expected to commence maybe in mid 2022, in late 2022, 18 months from now, are we sure of delivery of sufficient mitigation? I think that the point still applies in terms of needing to provide a more nuanced picture of when mitigation is likely to come forward in sufficient amount to allow the delivery of sites, and that detail isn't quite there yet.
Okay, I'll reflect on that point. Obviously, if myself and Mr. Warden feel that there is insufficient information for us to reach a conclusion, that's open to us to ask for further information. Ms. Leary, you got your hand raised.
Thank you for coming back to me, sir. My question relates to the way in which the partnership have dealt with one of the issues that we did touch on yesterday, and I mentioned it earlier, and that's the point around the potential impact on the viability of this development sites within the plan. And that particularly, again, relates to a point that myself and several other people made in the session yesterday around build cost, and the fact that the viability assessment work that's been undertaken to date is based on a 2020 position, when in fact we know that build costs have risen, by 15 to 20% since that time. And I appreciate there's also been a potential rise in sales values during that time as well. A figure of 25% was talked about yesterday. That's not the kind of figure that we're hearing. And I know there are delays in terms of how those figures are being relayed back via the land registry because of the delays that they're experiencing. So I think some of the figures that are out there and being quoted aren't entirely accurate because of those delays. But putting that to one side, I would like to understand how the additional viability challenges are being taken into account in relation to that delay in the trajectory.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bennett, please.
Thank you, sir. To be fair, most of my points have been raised, so I'll echo those. It was just to look at some of the sites in the trajectory, and just a lot of them don't seem to reflect sort of the delay, particularly of the strategic scale, i.e. East Norwich, I know which we talked about a lot, but also sort of to give an example of the current delays that we are seeing. Look at Ashford, nutrient neutrality was sprung on them in July 2020. By July 21, they had agreed to put in strategic solutions, and we're now in March 23, and they still can't grant permissions. And I think if we're looking at that sort of delay above the 18 months, this is the risk to this 5-year land supply position, I guess we'll come on to, given that 32% of the supply in the first 5 years is on red sites, and that increases to 44% in the next 5-year period starting the 1st of April 23. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Mr. Dixon, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hopefully my camera will zoom in a little bit. Just to take a step back, and I know this is something that you and Mr. Wardle are very, very, very aware of, but the concern that we've all got is that the partnership has done a great deal of work and worked very closely with Natural England, and they've set out a position and a situation to you that now demonstrates that in their view they've got a 5.9 year supply of housing, or will have on adoption of the plan. Clearly through the discussion it's evident that there's other possible hurdles that could be placed in the way of delivery on certain sites. That 18-month period might prove to be optimistic. It might be 2 years, it might be 3 years. There's a range of different points that have been put to you. The reason why we're all cautious and slightly concerned is that we only have this one position that's being put to you that equates to a 5.9 year supply. If it transpires that there are issues that arise that cause delay to certain sites, then that 5.9 year figure is only going to go in one direction. It's only going to be reduced. Now, I'm fully aware, you're fully aware that your job here is to examine the plan and hopefully make sure that there is going to be a 5-year land supply on delivery or on adoption of the plan. You will also be aware, though, that a number of plans have been adopted and then challenged immediately afterwards. And the reason why the government's trying to introduce the protection for local plans on a 5-year land supply basis when they are adopted is because that the supply has been tested appropriately through the examination process. So maybe what I am thinking of is that there should be some sensitivity testing of the assumptions made by the council. What would happen if that 18-month becomes 2.5 years or 3 years? Sitting here right now, we don't know. And that, I think, is the summary of the position we're in, is that we don't know whether additional sites are required. We don't know whether a step trajectory is required. We don't know what the solution is. We've got one scenario in front of us, but we're not sure whether or not that's correct. Now, at the moment, that's your job to go away and assess whether that's correct, but you're looking at one very fine line of a tightrope. That's where I'll stop for the moment, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dixon. Does the partnership wish to respond to those points that have been raised? I mean, it's worth saying probably before you do respond that I want to focus on this issue of the 18-month delay to start with. We'll come back to some of the other issues that have been raised. I do want to deal with this 18-month delay in nutrient neutrality first. So, for example, economic conditions, viability, I'll come back to slightly later on. I think that was Ms. Leary's point. But a response to the other points from the partnership would be appreciated. Thank you.
There are no additional points that I'd like to make on nutrient neutrality unless some other members of the team have them. Obviously, you heard about the work we are doing at length yesterday and how we're at the vanguard of this work and learning from other authorities. I think on viability issues, if you wanted to consider that as well, then obviously Mr. Bisley is here and may wish to make some further points.
We had a full discussion about viability yesterday, and I do want to ask about market conditions in a bit. So if we pick that up in a moment, we'll come back to that point later on. I want to keep the discussion structured and deal with the nutrient neutrality implications for 5-year supply first, rather than get sidetracked at this stage. Mr. Harris, your hand's raised.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm conscious you've asked just to sort of come back on those points raised by the respondents there. I mean, I think there's a wide range of points. I'm worried I'm going to trip over other elements of your structured discussion. I mean, I think I would reiterate Mr. Bannon's points. I think Mr. Courtier gave quite a compelling case yesterday of the fact that we're in the vanguard and that we're well on track to deliver far more quickly in terms of mitigation than other authorities. And I won't go back over that case because I don't think I could do it justice in the way Mr. Courtier did. But clearly he talked also about the ability. I think he talked about a taper. I think I would perhaps describe that as ramping up quite quickly after those initial credits are available, and that in combination with the sort of staggered approach to the release of sites, I think should give you some comfort that what we're assuming here is reasonable. Perhaps not assuming. What we consider reasonable is credible. I mean, I've done some ready reckoning around the assessment of the sort of tables provided, and I have to say I've taken into account some of those changes I alluded to earlier in terms of the changing status of sites. But we're looking at the release of 4 sites within this year as part of the 5-year land supply. That does go up to 14, 11, then 11 in the next 3 years, and then drops off to about 6 in the 5th and final year. And a number of those sites, at least 4 to 5, are progressing their own nutrient neutrality solutions. So we're not the only game in town. We heard yesterday the Natural England were progressing their schemes and doing technical viability. So I think
I don't want to go over. I don't want to revisit things we already covered. Mr. Courtier's points were well made, and those points were taken on board. I think what I want to focus on now is the implications of the 5-year supply. That's the subject under discussion, and I think particularly for me, this approach of 18 months has been selected. What's the reason for 18 months? I mean, you've heard Mr. Dixon say there that, and others, I should say, that it seems optimistic. Mr. Dixon suggesting sensitivity testing might be prudent. Why was 18 months chose? Why was that the figure you went with and not another figure? What was it that informed that view?
Thank you, sir. I mean, I think in terms of our estimate of 18 months as a figure, it was thinking about, well, and it's fair to say, I think we were thinking about this 6 months ago, and there's significantly more information there. But we within document 3.2D, and I'd point to the points in through paragraph 7 through 13 as sort of an overall explanation of how we were thinking about nutrient neutrality at that point. It felt to us, based upon the work that was going on from developers themselves, from ourselves in terms of our own mitigation schemes and the combination of Natural England, that actually mitigation was likely to start being in place and available broadly in line with actually what Mr. Courtier gave as evidence yesterday. So from a credit-based system in spring and leading to the release of credits later in that year, that's consistent with that 18-month timetable. So that was really the basis on which we looked at 18 months, combined with that stagger of saying, well, it doesn't all need to be there at that point in time. It can ramp up over time, and that's really what we're seeing. I'm worried about extending that point further because I fear I'll be repeating things you've already heard, but that's a very high level outline, I think, of the approach we took.
So in effect, it was based on an assumption about the rate at which a credit scheme could be established and those credits generated, secured and sold. I mean, just as a kind of real world check against that, you've heard Mr. Jones's comments with regards to the scheme his client's dealing with at Smee Lane. Does that example or any other examples you've had put to you call into question the 18-month assumption? Thank you.
I mean, I think in terms of Smee Lane, I mean, they do have a scheme on the table at the moment. I mean, my discussion, I mean, Mr. Jones may feel differently, but my discussion with the case officer that was dealing with that application in the lead up to this inquiry didn't indicate to me, at least, that naturally that the scheme that was put on the table was doomed to failure. I think that there were issues clearly still to work through, and there is a prospect that might come to fruition. If not, there's the credit scheme coming in. Now, when we talk about that site, we forecast the delivery of 4 homes in the next financial year. So we're a delivery starting quite late on in the year, early part of 2024. There's a detailed scheme on the table at the moment. There are mitigation solutions under consideration. Given how fast we've moved from a position of having the constraint first put in place in March last year, and how much progress we've made to this point here, looking at that based upon the evidence that was before me, I didn't necessarily feel that substantively that was beyond the realms of a realistic prospect. That doesn't mean certain, of course it doesn't need to, but because of those options that were coming through, it felt like, well, giving nearly a full year to getting on site was prospectively achievable. And I guess it's worthwhile bearing in mind that at the point of us engaging with Orbit Homes at the time, they were indicating a fairly short delay, and this was one of the ones we put back to say, actually, we need to push this back slightly further. So that's my feel about that site. I think we've looked at the trajectory overall and still think there's a realistic prospect of what we're saying can be achieved, will be achieved. There are absolutely hurdles to overcome, and I wouldn't want to pretend they were less significant than they were, but I think given how quickly we've moved in 12 months should give this examination some comfort that we will continue to move at pace, and we will achieve, and there's a realistic prospect that we will achieve in timescales much shorter than perhaps has been experienced elsewhere.
Well, certainly the discussion yesterday with Mr. Courtier indicated that the majority of these credits that it's hoped to be generated will be coming from wastewater treatment work upgrades, bringing those forward and rolling them out to smaller treatment works. The figure Mr. Courtier gave, and I appreciate it was a ballpark one, was that 50% of the credits would come from that source. And as of yet, that agreement hasn't been finalised. I appreciate discussions are ongoing. Mr. Courtier made that point quite clearly. So there is some uncertainty there. If that one element were to not come forward as quickly as is hoped, that immediately could introduce a delay for those schemes that aren't able to introduce mitigation measures on site. And the cutoff that was given yesterday was in the region of 600 to 1,000. Above that threshold, on-site measures can be viable. Below that threshold, it's less common, far less common. So that means there's an awful lot of sites that will need those credits. So in effect, for the sites that do require credits, there is an uncertainty about when they'll come forward and whether they'll come forward in the numbers. We had a very detailed discussion about the numbers that, for example, the conversion of a septic tank could release, and other sources as well. You're relying on a pipeline delivering credits to release thousands of dwellings on an annualised basis being established quite quickly for that 18-month figure to hold true, aren't you? That's the position, and there is uncertainty built into that at this stage, isn't there? I mean, that's the position where we're at, really. I think that's where a lot of the objections are coming from. Certainly, where as I read the objections and the representations made.
I think my reaction to that was obviously Mr. Courtier talked about a portfolio of solutions, including some things that could be brought in relatively short order. And whilst the longer term solution was wastewater, I think Mr. Courtier also pointed to some shorter term measures that could be enacted relatively quickly, talking about potential credits from solar farms, land use changes around cover crops and retrofitting of housing stock, which could come forward. I don't
propose to rehearse those. It's rather than each individual element. I selected wastewater treatment upgrades because it was indicated they were 50%. But it's the point about uncertainty. Really, the general point about uncertainty.
I mean, I think in terms of uncertainty, yes. I mean, I think in terms at this point in time, I don't think I could credibly argue that there wasn't any uncertainty. The question, I think, in my mind, is not whether there's any degree of uncertainty. I don't think the planning system can work in absolute certainty, and I don't think that's what's expected in terms of testing deliverability. What we're asking is there is a realistic prospect that we could achieve the delivery of these sites through the various mitigations that are coming through. And I think my contention would be, my submission is that given the pace at which we've achieved so far, that yes, there is, I think, a realistic prospect of those schemes coming forward. Does that mean there isn't any uncertainty? I couldn't go that far. But again, coming back to my first point, absolute certainty is not what we're looking for here, and probably not what we can deal with within the circumstance we're in.
Okay. Mr. Jones, you've got your hand raised. Before you come in, I do want to say I don't want to get lost in the detail of Smee Lane. It was the example that I was using to illustrate a wider point. But I'm happy to hear a further response from you if you wish to come back, given it was your point I put to the partnership. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. I'll try not to go into too much detail. I just echo your point that there is uncertainty. With Smee Lane, we just don't know at the moment. We waited 3 months for a response from Natural England. We submitted last October. We're putting in revised proposals now. We're probably going to be another 3 to 6 months down the line before we get any detailed response from Natural England on those and get any form of sign off. And after that, we're probably going to need an Environment Agency permit, which is going to take another year to secure. It's just really uncertain, and assuming that mitigation measures put forward by the joint venture are going to come forward as quickly as proposed, there's just too much uncertainty to be exact about that. And I think I just echo Mr. Dixon's comments that there is a degree of kind of sensitivity testing that's needed on this. 18 months has been plucked out of the air as a figure that is very helpfully produces a 5-year supply, but it's not realistic at this stage, I don't think.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dixon.
Thank you, sir. Noting the point that Mr. Harris accepted that there is uncertainty, I would agree. We're not looking for absolute certainty, but we're somewhere between there being uncertainty, unquantified, and a realistic prospect. And I would reiterate my point that there hasn't been any sensitivity testing of what if by the authority, bearing in mind that their one scenario they put to you is based on a figure plucked out of the air, to use my colleague's comment. And coming back to my first comment today, this is all in the context of us all wanting to be sure that in the hypothetical scenario, but it's a reasonable prospect itself, that the plan is adopted, that someone then challenges it a month later, that there is a robust, deliverable 5-year land supply with either permissions or clear evidence of deliverability. So accepting the point this is a local plan examination, we have got to have our view, or I would suggest you have to have a view to a more detailed examination of the supply that might be required soon after adoption. And that's why we are suggesting that there needs to be this robustness to the assumptions made by the local authority. And at the moment, it doesn't seem to be that there is sufficient robustness or sufficient sensitivity testing that's been done of the assumption that they're working on. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, are there any further comments from around the room in relation to nutrient neutrality and its effect on the 5-year supply position? Okay, the partnership wish to make a final comment in response to those 2 points before we move on.
Just as by way of helping with referencing, so we do make reference to why we thought the 18-month delay was reasonable at paragraph 19 of D3.2D.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Harris.
Thank you, sir. I'm conscious there's a point hanging from Mr. Jones, and just in case that it doesn't get picked up, and I think it is to some degree relevant to your question there. There was a concern saying, well, will this inevitably lead to the delay of planning applications? And I think what we're seeing is actually schemes continue to come through. They continue to be submitted. We've had one in Aylsham already, despite a nutrient neutrality constraints. The second application is coming through there. So I think what we're being told and what we've reflected in that statement is actually what developers are telling us in terms of progressing those schemes. We've had reserve matters submitted on sites in Rackheath. So I think whilst we might speculate on that point, I don't think that's necessarily a trend we're seeing at the moment, but I just wanted to touch on that point as it was left hanging.
Okay, thank you. I'm just looking at the time. It's coming up to well, it's coming up to 11 o'clock. Are people okay to carry on perhaps for 10 minutes beyond 11 o'clock if we move on to the next point, or would people prefer a break now? If there's anyone who needs a break, I'm happy to break now if that's of assistance.
I think the partnership are happy to continue, sir.
Okay, I mean, I don't plan on going too far past 11, but I want to move on to the suggested stepped housing requirement. Hopefully we can cover that without trespassing too far beyond the 11 o'clock. Okay, so the updated topic paper suggests that a stepped housing requirement could be used. First question is more of a detailed one, really. But what period is the partnership suggesting that could apply to? The lower part of the stepped housing trajectory, given that the plan period starts in 2018 and we've already heard that delivering the first years of the plan has been strong. Thank you.
If it would be helpful, sir, I can sort of direct you to paragraph 50 of D3 2.D. So that talks about 1,150 homes being the lower requirement, which would apply to what we've called years 0 to 5. So that would cover 22, 23 to 27, 28, and then it would step up for the last 10 years of the plan to 2,491 per annum
So in effect, it would be a U-shaped housing trajectory, starting higher for the initial years, stepping down for 5 years, and then going up again for the final years.
I hadn't thought of it that way, but yes, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful clarification. There were a few responses to that suggestion that were made in the representations and the Matter 15 statements. One point was that a stepped housing requirement would be at odds with PPG. What's the partnership's response to that point, please? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I mean, I think the principle within the PPG, I mean, it gives the example of a plan which relies on large strategic sites, but I don't think the partnership had read that as an exclusive list, and ultimately its guidance. I think what it talked about was a particular circumstance, and probably it hadn't considered the circumstance where something like nutrient neutrality would descend on an authority in the midst of an examination process. But I think what it indicates is an approach which seeks to reflect pragmatically on the ability to put a plan in place where perhaps delivery is constrained over a short period of time, because in the example given in the PPG, a site or a plan relies heavily on strategic allocation that takes some time to come forward. In the consideration of the authority, it was saying, well, reflecting the fact that there is a short-term but significant potential interruption into the land supply position, taking that pragmatic approach, having a step trajectory allows for plans to progress. Now, I'd make two further points from that. The first is that this was put forward some 6 months ago now, and I think our initial position would be we're confident that actually with the progression we've made around nutrient neutrality, that's not a necessity. However, if that was something to be considered, then essentially it is a pragmatic reaction to a short-term interruption into the delivery of a plan which provides quite a substantial amount of housing. The other thing that I would just pick up from the commentary, as I remember it from other people making representations, is that this would in some way diminish the requirement for housing in the first 5 years and delay the delivery of housing. There's nothing in the approach set out by the authority that says sites cannot come forward more quickly. It's not a phasing strategy. It's simply saying that in terms of assessing that 5-year land supply, you'd assess it against in the first 5 years a lesser amount, and then as you went in from years 1 to 5 into 2 to 6, you'd have 4 years of the lower trajectory, 1 year of the higher, and it would gradually ramp up over time. But none of that would prevent early delivery, other than the individual vagaries of sites would dictate. But I guess they're the 2 points I'd make in the commentary on the PPG.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Warden, did you wish to come in?
Yeah, thank you. Can I just go back to the principle of the step trajectory, not on the point you've just raised, Mr. Harris, but if I can take you to, because it's something I don't understand, perhaps you can help me with, but can I take you to Appendix F of 3.2D and the table on Appendix F, which is on page 28, last page? Just let me know when you've got that.
Yes, I have it, sir.
Thank you. So if I'll just put my hand down, so that sets out two scenarios. So a 5-year land supply based upon a non-stepped trajectory, and then a 5-year land supply based upon a stepped trajectory. Mm-hmm. But the non-stepped trajectory approach provides a higher level of housing supply than a non-stepped trajectory. Sorry, the non-stepped trajectory provides 6.05 years supply, and the step trajectory is 5.46. So normally step trajectories are in order to deal with a particular shortage in the early years. here, I'm confused because the step trajectory makes the position worse. That's counterintuitive.
I can understand where you're coming from, sir. So I think this comes back to Mr. Hatfield's question of earlier. Because what we've done in the step trajectory is said this is a potential solution should there be ongoing concerns about whether sites that are constrained by nutrient neutrality, well, there's a realistic prospect of those coming forward. So you'll see the supply of housing reduces between the two for the reasons that I've set out, and that being that the second table excludes major sites of 10 and above, which we identified at the point of creating that note had nutrient neutrality constraints that affected their delivery. So it's based upon a different supply calculation, and essentially the land supply is just an arithmetical outcome of saying, well, if you were to say we couldn't, we'd want to understand the position where we didn't rely on sites constrained by nutrient neutrality to any significant effect, what would it be and what would be the outcome that you could look for? So what we did was say, well, what's the supply from that source and how might that relate to an adjustment in the annual requirement over the first 5 years of the plan to provide the situation that's described in that second table, and then what might that mean for the latter years? And as Mr. Banham has pointed out, in our assessment, we said, well, for the first period, and let me just get the dates in front of me, for the period 2022-23 to 27-28, you'd, in this U-shaped trajectory, drop the requirement to 1,150 for those years and then ramp it up to 2,491 over the remainder of the plan period, which gives you that wriggle room essentially to put in place a trajectory for the plan that still delivers the plan over its plan period, but accounts for any concerns about the delivery of sites in the first 5 years. I'm at pains, I guess, to come back to the point now that I think had we known perhaps what we knew now around the progress with nutrient neutrality, whether we'd have even pointed to this, I think, is a question. But given the uncertainty there was 6 months ago, this is something we felt was sensible to consider as an option as to how to bring the plan forward, I guess, in the context that I think particularly in these uncertain times, one of the best things we can do to help the delivery of sites is give people the certainty to invest in sites and bring things forward.
I suppose the confusion for me is that what I'm assuming that approach should take account of is stepped requirement. So a stepped requirement would mean that in that first 5 years in the plan being adopted, the requirement is lower because it takes account of delays in lead-in times. Therefore, the position should be that there should be a 5-year supply within that period because the requirement is lower for those first 5 years after adoption, and then it steps up when sites come on stream. It shouldn't make it worse. So when this is referred to as step trajectory, do you mean a stepped requirement?
I think probably the terms might be synonymous, if I'm understanding, at least in our thinking, based upon the question that was asked. So yeah, essentially we're stepping down the requirement for the first 5 years before it steps back up in the last 10 in order to deliver the housing requirement of the plan period. And the stepping down provides a platform to deliver a site or a plan with a 5-year land supply if all sites which are constrained by nutrient neutrality are excluded from the assessment of 5-year land supply based upon the information in 3.2D and E.
Well, I'm still confused. That's why I talked to Mr. Hatfield, who probably isn't confused. But where we've done step trajectories before, step trajectories help the 5-year land supply position because the requirement is less. The supply is the same because the supply assumptions are the same. So therefore, the position on 5-year land supply is better. Where here, it is worse. And I'm struggling to understand why it should be worse.
I might be confused, or I might not be confused. My understanding, if I can assist, is that
assist me, Mr.
I'm just looking at Appendix F, same table Mr. Warden was referring to. It's almost two scenarios really. Scenario one is what the partnership has put to us. And that's the first table. The second table, if I've understood you correctly, Mr. Harris, you've in effect the requirement is lowered in the first instance, but the supply is lowered because you've stripped out all assumptions about sites subject to nutrient neutrality. Is that the reason why the position deteriorated? Because it isn't just the requirement that's come down, the step requirement, but you've also modified the supply in that second table to take out every site that's subject to a red assessment for nutrient neutrality. Is that why the position is different?
Exactly right.
Again, perhaps for the ease of referencing it, paragraph 40 of that note, we do talk about the 10,760 homes that are permitted or allocated, and that 5,823 homes are not constrained by nutrient neutrality.
Okay, so in effect, there's two very, very different approaches being advocated here. The step trajectory assumes every single red assessed site is not in the 5-year supply. And there isn't a mid position shown between those 2 points. Mr. Dixon, for example, was talking about sensitivity testing. One such sensitivity testing might be a 24-month delay. Rather than it could have been a 2-year, it could have been a 2.5-year delay rather than an 18-month delay. This is a more extreme position, the second table, that in effect says every single site subject to nutrient neutrality won't contribute to the 5-year position. Okay. That's helpful clarification from my perspective. With the further comments from yourself, Mr. Warden, do you have any further questions on that point?
No, thanks, Mr. Hatfield. You can explain it to me afterwards.
See, many years ago, I used to do 5-year supply stuff, so I love all this number tinkering. It's very much my home territory for me. Okay, Mr. Bonner, you've had your hand raised for some time now. You've been very patient. If you wish to come in now, I'm happy to hear your comment.
It's just a quick point, really. Clearly, the overall supply is reducing. 5-year supply is also reducing. Lots of uncertainty around nutrient neutrality points and viability of sites, which we'll come on to. We would just disagree with the solution of a step trajectory when the alternative of the contingency site is there. That should be the first port of call. You should consider what implications the contingency site could have in benefiting supply, because clearly the only way that the overall supply is going to be increased is through additional sites and more flexibility of supply through additional sites. So that would be our first port of call. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further comments on the suggestion by the partnership of a stepped trajectory approach before we move on? Okay, thank you. It's now 8 minutes past 11. I'm going to suggest this is an appropriate time to break for the mid-morning session. I haven't concluded my questions on the 5-year supply, so we will return to question 4 after the break to conclude it before moving on to the site-specific assumptions raised under question 5. We'll break until 11:30, so 21 minutes. Okay, so if we can return promptly for 11:30, that'd be appreciated, and the hearing session is adjourned. Thank you. and time to resume the hearing sessions and the Matter 15 discussion. Before the break, we concluded on the stepped housing trajectory suggestion, which has been made by the partnership in its topic paper. I want to move on now to a separate matter. Okay, questions to the partnership first. It's been put to me that current market conditions are likely to suppress the demand for housing in the short term, including factors such as increased mortgage rates and expected house price falls to come. What's the partnership's response to that point about a deteriorating economic picture? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As I briefly set out at the beginning of the session, obviously we've costed into the work on nutrient neutrality a £5,000 to £7,000 per dwelling mitigation, and in terms of other conditions in the market, we are aware of these, but these are obviously matters that change over time. You'll recall from the hearing sessions we had last year that we added a additional flexibility into policy 5, which is homes, which would allow for viability testing should it be required at the application stage, and that was to bring the plan in line with the PPG guidance. Obviously, Stuart Bisley is here. Should you have any more detailed questions on viability?
I think my reading of the representations that came in was that there were a number of points put. One is that build. I mean, we heard the point before from Ms. Leary about build costs having increased significantly since 2020. There were points made as well in the Halsbury Homes representation about obviously interest rates have gone up, and that's increasing mortgage costs for home purchases. And there's also an uncertain picture with regards to house prices, and a lot of people are forecasting house price falls. I think it's that general economic backdrop and the likely effect that will have on delivery in the short term, I think, was the point that was made. Mr. Harris, you've got your hand raised. Did you wish to comment on that point in particular? Thank you.
Yes, I mean, I think probably other people at the hearing are better placed than me to talk about the specific viability aspect. The observation I'd make about problems with mortgage rates and suppressed buyer demand is really that planning can only do so much. If there's less buyers out there to purchase housing, then that's, I guess, the benefit of planning over a long period of time and ensuring there are sufficient homes that could come forwards over the plan period, as we have done, to reflect changes in those market cycles. I mean, the observation I'd make on the representations is the response seemed to be, well, if you've got suppressed buyer demand, what you need to do is provide more sites. But I'm not quite sure how that would help increase buyer demand and address uptake or delivery rates, because if buyer demand is suppressed, buyer demand is suppressed, and actually you might say that increasing the number of sites stops sites that are already getting to waymarks where they release infrastructure, provide facilities, or deliver tranches of affordable housing if they're all going slower. So almost it seemed contrary to me to the problem to add yet more sites onto what is already in, I think, the partnership's view, an ample supply. That's simply because you raise the point of mortgage rates and suppressed buyer demand. As I said, I'll let others speak to the viability aspects.
Does anyone from the partnership wish to comment on a viability element to what I've just asked and the point that was made before by Ms. Leary?
Yes, I can add. I mean, we yesterday, and we acknowledged that we updated the viability study, which was originally published in December 21, during the course of last year, in the light of nutrient neutrality and adding in the costs or the range of costs from 5,000 to 7,000, which is believed to be a pessimistic view on the likely costs of nutrient neutrality. We didn't update the appraisal as that had been another input to the appraisal, because that had been considered largely at the hearings this time last year. Yes, we acknowledge there has been a change in development costs in recent years, as there has also been an uplift, significantly uplifted in values. And as Mr. Harris has said, over the planned period, there's always going to be significant changes to the inputs, be they values and costs and other central government policy requirements, etc., which may or may not impact on the viability of schemes. And as Mr. Banham has said, the proposed amendment to Policy 5 allows flexibility around viability should specific sites require that.
Okay, thank you. I put a couple of points from the representations to the partnership there. Does anyone wish to come back whose point I raised and respond to what the partnership said? I know there were a few people who made points in the representations about viability, economic conditions, etc. Ms. Leary, just to come in.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, very, very quickly. I would acknowledge what Mr. Bisley said. I think that the point still remains that that you're right, that this is typically a plan period runs over a long cycle, and there are variations in the market over that period of time. And I understand that. The reason for raising it at this point was because Mr. Hatfield was talking specifically about the 5-year housing land supply. So clearly we're talking about a far shorter period than the whole of the plan period, and therefore understanding, excuse me, what impact that viability challenge may have over that 5-year period I think is particularly important to the topic raised right now. And I suppose the question is that a significant increase in viability assessments being submitted to local authorities at this stage is likely to have a knock-on impact in terms of the time it takes for those applications to be processed, and therefore for site starts to occur. So that was the root of my question, really, and I'm not sure, Mr. Bisley, whether what you said entirely answers that point.
And just taking up Mr. Harris's point from a moment ago, Ms. Leary, what's your response to his point about even if additional sites are added in, given that economic backdrop, it wouldn't necessarily improve the picture? Do you have a response to the point he raised a second ago?
Yeah, it's a tricky one, and I would like to say again, sir, as I said yesterday, that I and my clients very much welcome the work that's gone on amongst the partnership to get us to the point that we have done in terms of the mitigation solution available now in relation to nutrient neutrality, and they've done an incredible job over a very short period of time in coming to what is nearly a workable solution. And I'm certainly not here wanting to delay the process, and I acknowledge that adding sites in is not necessarily the right way forward. But I suppose we just all have to be cognizant, don't we, that we know that that once you submit a viability assessment to a local authority, that's an extra layer of process to go through, an extra level of dialogue, and that has a knock-on impact upon how quickly we get applications through the development control stage, which then means we're not going to get onto site quite as quickly. And that's setting aside the other issues that you've raised in relation to mortgages and house prices, etc.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bisley, your hand's raised.
Yes, just to come back on the delay point, I would suggest that if viability assessments are submitted in a timely and detailed manner as part of an application with all the other consultations that go on through the application process, they should not delay the determination process.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bonner, your hand's raised.
Thank you. Yes, but I guess it's not just about the delay. It's about the quality of the schemes, the provision of affordable housing. The affordable housing is going to be chipped away at if the development costs increase. So a greater number of sites will obviously provide a greater number of affordable dwellings across the board. Yeah, clearly there's a downward pressure on prices, but a great number of sites will help provide a greater flexibility of supply, and it's clearly important to test which of those typologies are affected by the increased nutrient cost and increased inflation of construction costs, and which aren't, because there's clearly a number of sites which won't be as affected, that should be considered to address this issue of potential delay in supply and potential undelivery or under delivery of certain sites, because some landowners just won't be incentivised to release their sites if they're not viable. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Some of the points I put to the partnership at the outset were taken from Halsbury Homes' representation. Do the representatives from Halsbury wish to comment on what's been said by the partnership?
I'll let Heather, sorry.
Well, it's a race to think. Harry, did you want to just come back on the mortgage point that you raised? I think that's probably first, and then I'll make my point if that's acceptable, sir.
No, it's right. You go first. It's right. Sorry.
I think the points I was going to make. I was going to echo Ms. Lowry's point in respect of sort of market conditions. And I think it's particularly the case for some of the SME builders, so such as Halsbury Homes, who are delivering these sort of middling sites, if you like, at the couple of hundred sites. In addition to the nutrient neutrality uncertainty, we've also got the sort of BNG levy, Part M, the impending infrastructure levy sort of charges, and potentially the cladding charges, which house builders will be expected to pick up as well in terms of the costs. So whilst it is a viability matter, it's also an uncertainty matter, and I think at the moment we're in perhaps unprecedented times in terms of the level of uncertainty in this part of the world particularly, which will affect both the delay in sort of securing decision notices essentially, and the level of certainty that particularly SMEs need to start on site. If we're going to be starting on site and committing to big infrastructure costs to open up a site, what we can't realistically, we've got to make a judgment really about the level of certainty that will allow us to start on site, and that is particularly unprecedented, I think, at this point in time. Just one point to make as well, that's at the moment it's being exacerbated by the level of resources available to us by the local planning authority. We're working as closely as we can with the DM team, where I think somebody else made a point about the Natural England sort of delay on responding back on the nutrient neutrality points, but also there's NCC Highways have on their website that they're taking a year to determine sort of Section 278 small works applications. So we're working in a very challenging set of delivery circumstances, which, despite everybody's best efforts, I think is causing us challenges from both sides, and I appreciate that the GNAP can only help so far in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Did you wish to add to that?
Yeah, it's set out in our statement, but it is in reality that house builders will slow down to match the demand that's there, and in reality, with mortgage rates where they are at the moment, demand is falling, and prices are obviously reflecting that. I think in reality, we sort of discussed it again, we've discussed it previously, all about the risk to this 5-year land supply that viability alongside neutrality presents. And again, whether more sites is the answer to that is, I guess, up to you to decide. But that would be our position. Thank you, sir. I just don't really think that this plan at the moment is going to deliver the amount of homes it says, and that's come through this morning's session as the earlier question, and is coming through now. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the partnership wish to make a final response to the comments that have been made before we move on? Thank you. Mr. Harris.
Thank you, sir. I mean, I think that, just to go back on Mr. Bennett's point, I think it reaffirmed mine, really. It said the house builders are only built to the demand that's there, so clearly more sites won't increase house building if the demand is suppressed in the way he's suggested. I mean, the only other observation I would make, and I'm not sure I completely agree with the characterisation of what's been discussed today in terms of delivery. However, we've held an awful lot of talk about uncertainty. Well, one of the key things that a plan making process can do to give certainty is to get a plan in place in a timely manner to give developers the foundation on which they need to be confident to invest in sites, perhaps no more so than in times of uncertainty. That's the observation I would make.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on to ask questions about a couple of sites in the trajectory, not to revisit the substantive discussion about that we had last year, but purely in terms of their contribution to the 5-year supply, which is the current matter under discussion. I note that East Norwich is assumed to deliver significant numbers of units in the 5-year supply, as per the trajectory tables. To what extent is that site affected by nutrient neutrality issues? And is the partnership aware of whether it will require nutrient credits? Thank you.
I'll bring in Mr. Walker on East Norwich, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, sir. I've got a brief statement here prepared, if that's okay, if I deliver this to you, sir. It should answer your question. East Norwich has been considered in detail the dedicated hearing sessions. The issue of nutrient neutrality, as with all housing proposals, will cause a delay in planning application determinations and therefore starts on site. However, the updated trajectory for the GNLP, which is presented in D3.2E Part 1, reflects updated delivery timescales to take account of the impact of nutrient neutrality. For East Norwich, this shows completion of the whole site by 2035-2036. This has the allowing a further 2-year buffer before the end of the GNLP plan period, should there be any slippage. The landowners are fully aware of the nutrient neutrality issue, and together with all partners, including Homes England, the issue of nutrient neutrality is being addressed to enable housing delivery within the GNLP plan period.
Okay, I mean, purely in terms of the 5-year, I mean, we've discussed the longer term trajectory issues last year. We had a dedicated session on that. I don't propose to reopen that now. It's purely the contribution to the 5-year period that I'm interested in for the purposes of the current discussion. I think one of the questions I asked related to whether this site is able to provide on-site mitigation for nutrient neutrality issues, or whether it requires credits. Is that something that's been ascertained by the partnership yet?
That's not something that's been ascertained at the present, sir, no.
Okay. And as a similar, I mean, we had a discussion before about 18-month delays being built in to accommodate for nutrient neutrality issues. Has an 18-month delay been built into the assumptions around this?
This is a timetable, I think, following the hearing that you had previously on this one. This one was updated to enable a delay. This was prepared by the Avison Young, who are working in close partnership with all of the stakeholders. So this is a detailed presentation. So this has incorporated the delay, so yes.
So that first 52 would have been 18 months. I'm just looking at the trajectory row in the document D3.2E, which is the Part 1 document. It's the very brightly coloured table appended to the topic paper.
I would have to check, sir, on that table. I'm not sure about the exact delay, whether it was 18 months or there is a different figure, but I could come back to you on that one, sir. But a delay has been added within that to account for nutrient neutrality impacts.
And there's been no, I mean, I appreciate the sites in multiple ownerships, and it's been brought forward separately. And we had that discussion last year. There hasn't been discussions with any of those individual developers about how they will approach nutrient neutrality, or has that been explored with them?
That's not something that I'm party to at present, sir.
Okay.
Just if I may add, sir, that in the supporting documentation Part 2, we point out that the forecast was prepared last October in light of the Matter 8 discussions, and obviously when the Matter 8 discussions were held, we were aware of nutrient neutrality last June, but it was a relatively new event at that time.
Okay, so that in effect is prepared by Avison Young and has been carried forward and perhaps modified following the discussion.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. See, my recollection of the discussion at that time is that nutrient neutrality was very, very recent. It had landed unexpectedly into the process, and so if that was the approach that's taken, it isn't clear to me. I mean, we've had this discussion about an 18-month delay being built in as a standard approach. I appreciate that was on a site-by-site basis and not applied necessarily as a blanket delay. But if this site hasn't been revisited from last year, has that 18? It doesn't. It strikes me that 18-month delay hasn't been applied here. Is that a fair assumption?
This trajectory has been updated since your last hearing, sir.
Yes, but the 18-month delay that's been applied to other sites hasn't been applied to this site, has it?
Not necessarily, sir. No, not the 18 months specifically, but a delay has been applied.
And so what delay was applied to account specifically for nutrient neutrality?
I'm not sure of the answer to that question, sir.
Okay. Has an application been submitted yet on this site? Any part of it?
There is an application, sir, for the Carrow Work site. It's not a valid application yet. That is currently in the process of validation.
Do you know when that was submitted, Mr. Walker?
I can see if I can find the date for you, sir. July 2022.
Okay. And I mean, presumably, if there's an application been submitted, there would have been some discussions about nutrient neutrality if it's reached that level. Is that something the partnership's able to update to us on here, or not?
I'm afraid I'm unable to update you on that, sir.
Okay. Okay. Any further comments on that site around the room? Mr. Bennett, your hand's raised.
So it's just a quick one. It was just wondering if we could see clarification whether all the landowners or developers are still involved in the site from the GNLP as far as they're aware. Thank you, sir.
When you say involved in all the landowners involved, do you mean they're still committed to the site in the same way that they were at the hearing sessions last year?
Yes.
Do you have reason to think that they're not, Mr. Bennett?
It was in our statement that I believe it was for yesterday's session that we were aware that one of them might be or has pulled out. So we'd sort of see clarification from the GNLP on that.
I'm not aware of anyone having pulled out of the stakeholders, sir.
That's fine.
Okay. Which landowners that you'd heard had pulled out, Mr. Bennett?
It's something that we've heard internally. It was just something that we wanted to see clarification on the GNLP. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I don't have any further questions in relation to the contribution to the 5-year supply of East Norwich. Mr. Warden, did you wish to make a point on
that? Thank you, Mr. Hatfield. Yeah, can I just ask a question, just so I'm clear on 5-year land supply and the period of the 5 years. If we look at if you go to planning policy framework, at paragraph 68, it states that planning policies should identify a supply of specific deliverable sites for years 1 to 5 of the plan period, and talks about years 6 to 10. So what's the partnership's assumption that period relates to? What are the 5 years that provision relates to?
So we've calculated the 5-year period to be 22-23 for the 5-year period that then take us to 27-28. And obviously you can see that period highlighted yellow in the D3.2E forecast, part 1.
Okay, so if you're assuming that year 1, so you're assuming year 1 of the plan, as required by the framework, is 22-23.
If I might just jump in at this point, so I think if you look at Appendix F there, it says the the requirement is measured for the period 1st of April 2023 till the 31st of March 2028. So I think Mr. Bannon perhaps misspoke and said 22 rather than 23. So that 22-23 is the current monitoring year. I think the basis of our assessment was on the basis that the plan would be adopted during 23-24, leading that to be the first year.
Yeah, okay. That was my assumption. So the 5-year calculation then hasn't had the benefit of, because your calculation for 5-year supply is effectively 5 years from the 1st of April 2023.
Yes.
So it's 5 years supply of the plan as per the requirement of that plan for that 5-year period.
I'm terribly sorry, so I'm not quite sure I followed.
So effectively we're putting ourselves as at the 1st of April 2023, even though for the rest of the stuff we're looking at 2022, aren't we? But for the period of that 5-year assumption, we're looking at 2023 onwards. Is that
yes?
Right? That's
yes.
Where we are? Yeah. So if we assume that we're then at 2023, which is the first year of the plan, is it there that you are assuming that the test on what makes a deliverable site, what qualifies as deliverable site applies, as in deliverable, as in the glossary to the framework?
Yes, in essence, I think anything that we'd put within that period of assessment would have been subject to the test of deliverability, so stated. Of course, we are on the basis here that I think we've identified specific sites for each one. We're not relying on general locations or anything. They're identified and specific sites with the assessment clearly set out by the councillors to the reasons they consider those sites are deliverable.
So on the 1st of April 2023, the East Norwich will not have planning permission.
And well, there is a small part of the site. I mean, Mr. Walker might be able to help here. I believe there is a small part of the site relating to the May Gurney site, which does have an outline consent on it. But for the rest of the site, I'm not aware of a permission. And the only thing I'm aware of in terms of applications is what Mr. Walker has updated. Clearly in the authority submissions, the view being that it can secure consents throughout the period as appropriate in order to enable delivery in line with that trajectory, with the fact that it's not got permission not necessarily being a reason that it can't be considered within those 5 years.
So for the 5 years, we're looking at so at the moment there's no permission. That permission for the Carrow Works, which Mr. Walker has referred to, hasn't been validated yet.
So my understanding, again, and Mr. Walker may be able to help more, there is an outline permission in place, which is I think still extant, as I understand it, for part of the site, a small part of the site, with another application for a second part of the site, which is yet to be validated and not determined.
That's correct.
I suppose in looking at the 5-year supply, what we've heard today about that application still not being validated, although it's been in nine months, is the assumption set out in yellow there in relation to East Norwich, in relation to 5-year supply. Is that still correct?
That remains correct. Yeah, that's the current position, sir. As Mr. Harris said, there is an existing consent on the May Gurney deal ground element of the site, where it's expected reserve matters will be submitted shortly.
So it's still appropriate that 52 units will be completed in 25-26.
That remains the position of the partnership, sir. Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Is there any, just one further question on East Norwich, is there any reason why the application hasn't been validated? Is there something holding it up?
I'm not party to that information, sir.
Okay.
Is there an expectation when it will be validated?
I can find more detail on that, sir, if you require, but I don't know the timetable for validation.
It just seems to us that that's obviously new information to us, and we've not asked about East Norwich, but having been given that information, we're just asking now whether whether those figures are still appropriate, given that there's an application which hasn't been validated for a considerable period of time, which will then need to be determined in order for 52 dwellings to be complete by the end of 25-26. We're just asking whether that's still whether that's still right in terms of 5-year supply, or whether actually that might need to be moved on a little bit.
As mentioned, so there is a outline consent already on the May Gurney deal ground element of the site, which reserve matters is expected on there. So there's already that outline consent.
But the 52 in 25-26, that relates to the Carrow Works, doesn't it? Not May Gurney.
Not specifically Carrow Works, sir. No. This is the whole of East Norwich for that trajectory there, sir.
But you must have made some assumptions when you calculated the specific figures of 52, 248, 265.
If you'd like a note, sir, on this, I could find more information for you, sir.
I suppose we're looking generally, really, what the implications are for that. We're not questioning the figures and how they relate to particular elements, but we're just looking where we are now in relation to what you've told us about that application still not being validated, and whether that has an impact upon the assumptions that we can rely on for the 5-year supply.
So to clarify, sir, these figures here are for the whole of the East Norwich site, not just specifically for the Carrow Works site, sir.
Yes, I understand that, but you've arrived at the total by looking at the individual elements and thinking, well, when are they going to? We discussed this last year, how individual elements of the site would come forward, and we know that there's some longer term bits. We understand all that, but we understood that there's some parts of the site that could be got away a little bit earlier, and we assumed that therefore they would be set out there in those figures.
I think just to add to Mr. Warden's point there, Mr. Walker, is that 52 isn't a round number. It isn't a general assumption that's been made. If you look at the site immediately below it, for example, which is GNLP 3054, and I picked this out purely because it is a more generalised assumption. It's 50, 50, 50. It's a rounded number, applying a general assumption about delivery rates on a given site. That isn't the case for East Norwich. Those aren't rounded figures. They aren't generalised assumptions. I appreciate that the numbers given there relate to all of the parcels within the wider site, but 52. But I remember seeing these tables in the Everson Young work last year.
Yeah,
those figures are aggregates of assumptions about each particular site. So within that number of 52 in 25-26 will be embedded an assumption about delivery on a specific part of the site. That 52 doesn't relate to the site as a whole. If it comes from the same tables we saw it relates to a specific part of it, which is why it's such a specific figure and not a rounded figure.
Yeah, we're not trying to catch you out here. We're not, and we're not dealing with the principle of East Norwich site. What we're dealing with is, because what Mr. Hatfield and I have got to do is to see how this plan can meet the provisions of the framework in terms that there should be a 5-year supply on adoption of the local plan. So we just are trying to understand the assumptions, and we're not trying to catch you out. We're not trying to trip you up at all. What we're trying to understand is a realistic judgment of what will be the 5-year supply on the adoption of the local plan. And that's all we're trying to ask you to help us with. And given the fact that we've just heard that application is still not been validated 9 months on after submission, we were a little bit concerned about that, and it's the confidence that we've got to rely upon those figures. And at the moment, what we're hearing is we're not sure really whether those figures in there can be relied upon to be part of the 5-year supply in the way they're set out. Not trying to trip you up, we're just trying to get to a position of what is the 5-year supply position in Norwich on adoption of the plan.
That's absolutely understood, sir. With this is part of work that was, as you said, is aggregated figures from a detailed table as put together by Avison Young as part of the things. I don't have that to hand to be able to disaggregate those figures to say which elements are at which site and at which time, I'm afraid, sir.
Just a suggestion, and happy to have comments on this. It might be that Mr. Warden has a view on it, but it is a suggestion. We will be going over the lunch break into this afternoon. Perhaps an update could be provided just after lunch on a couple of matters, particularly the status of the application that's been submitted, why it's been not validated for a significant period of time. That could be one piece of information that presumably could be acquired quite quickly and returned to the hearing sessions immediately after lunch. The second piece of information could be precisely which sites are being assumed to deliver within East Norwich in those 3 figures that are given for the 5-year supply. And those figures are 52 dwellings in 25-26, 248 in 26-27, and 265 in 27-28. Happy to have comments on that, but that sounds like the sort of information that could be garnered over a lunch break and perhaps discussed immediately after. Is that an approach that others have a view on? I mean, Mr. Ward, you might have a view on that approach first and foremost. I should probably ask you first, but
no, I think that's appropriate. I think that it would be helpful if information could be provided to us over, for this afternoon. We're not looking at the total figure for East Norwich. That we're not looking at that. We're not looking at the principle of it. We're not looking at individual components. What we're looking at is just simply that whether that 5-year supply is right, because that's what we're dealing with now. Yeah, I think that would be helpful if that's understood.
It struck me that those 2 pieces of information should be fairly quick to track down. So if those 2 could be secured, and we'll have an update immediately after lunch, I think that'd be helpful. So just to repeat, that's why, or the status of the application that was submitted, I think you said in July of last year, and why it hasn't been validated yet. That's point number 1. And point number 2 is which sites or which parcels of the East Norwich site are assumed to be delivering within the 5-year period and contributing to those 3 annualised figures of 52, 248 and 265. We'll return to that immediately after lunch, if that could be provided then. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Warden, did you have further questions on other sites in the 5-year supply period?
Yeah, I have a question about Anglia Square, and again, we've discussed Anglia Square at length, and I don't want to go back and revisit that. But just in the context of this same issue, really, and 5-year supply, the figures before us have all of Anglia Square. Well, the 800. I realise the planning application is for a greater amount, but 800 starting in 24-25. And being completed in 27-28. So could you just tell us where the planning application for Anglia Square is up to, please?
Of course, so yeah. So Anglia Square is the application is on schedule to be determined at Planning Applications Committee on the 27th of April 2023. The agenda for the committee meeting is due to be published on the 19th of April. Positive progress has been made relating to issues that have arisen through the application process, and we have a phased delivery period. So the application is actually for up to 1,100 homes. As you'll be aware, the allocation was for 800 as previously discussed. So we do have commencement on site in January 2024 in the latest phasing plan from the Anglia Square developers, with first completions in April 2025 or occupations in 2025, and they've got completion of all 1,100 by October 2028. So that's 1,100 rather than the 800 as per the allocation. We've forecast as per the allocation rather than as per an undetermined application, sir.
So thank you, Mr. Walker. So in which year do you anticipate the first completions to be? Did you say? You said 2024.
24, 25. So occupations by 2025. It's by April 2025. So completions within the year 24, 25. So.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Does that site have planning permission? If I understood it correctly, and I'm happy to be corrected on the most up-to-date position, that it doesn't currently have permission, but is that due to go to committee soon?
That's correct. So yes, the committee date is the 27th of April 2023.
And there's not been any indication that it'll be called in like the last application?
There has not, sir, no.
Is there any indication at this stage, it might be too early to say, what the officer recommendation with regards to the scheme will be?
I think that information will be available when the agenda is published on the 19th of April. But at this stage, we don't have that information, sir.
Okay. No, I thought it might be too early, but
yeah, we understand that.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, these two sites are ones that other representatives have made comments on in relation to a 5-year supply. So we're asking because we are we've got questions, but also we know that those have been made. Questions have been asked by others. Before we move on off that point in terms of the questions that I've asked, are there any other points on that you wish to make in terms of those two sites?
Not from the partnership, sir.
Yeah.
I just had one further question. Sorry, Mr. Warden. On Anglia Square, just running through the milestones that would have to be achieved in order to hit the delivery that's assumed in that table. You mentioned, Mr. Walker, that you're assuming a start on site in January 2024. Is that correct? And then 200 homes delivered in 24-25.
That is the information. Oh, sorry, sir.
No, it's fine. I mean, myself and Mr. Warden have walked around that site. It's a very large site. We're familiar with it. Not just walked around it, we've walked through it, through the precinct. There's an awful lot of demolition works to be undertaken before you can begin constructing new housing there. It looks to me optimistic to have all of that done and out of the way with a starting site in January 2024, and then have 200 homes completed and finished and ready for occupation by April 2025 at the latest. That's what's informed that timescale, and what milestones does it assume?
These are the firm timetable put forward as part of the application by the developers, sir. So I think they've had several years of working towards this in preparation. So, as you say, there's demolition involved, but they're confident that they can achieve these timetables, sir.
So that comes from the developer rather than assumptions made by the partnership.
That's correct, sir. Yeah. And this the trajectory is in line with the application phasing.
So that 200 per annum over 4 years is from the developer's application document.
It's as mentioned, we're forecasting for 800 homes, so whereas the developers are forecasting for 1,100 homes, so they don't have a steady 200, 200, 200. They have a slightly different fluctuation, which adds up to 1,100 over the period to fully completed in 2028, or fully completed by July 2030. So all occupied by July 2030. For 1,100 homes, they don't.
So their 1,100 homes are over the same 4-year period. You've assumed the same development period, but the lower number, is that?
No, they go through to 2930. Sorry, sir. So they've got an additional 2 years on there.
So, and what are they assuming in those last 2 years? Then are they assuming 300, or are they assuming?
So what would you like me to give the phasing as provided by the developer.
If you just tell me what they've said for 28-29 and for 29-30, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
I'll give you the full force. We've got 264 commencing on site in January 2024, 89 in July 2025, 425 September 2026, and 322 October 2028 to the commencement dates. So I could give you the completion dates. Sorry, so it would be phase 1 April 2025, phase 2 December 2026, phase 3 June 2028, phase 4 July 2030.
And how many units are in phase 4?
322.
322. So if they're assuming 1100, then it's pretty much, there's 22 units difference between you and them then in those figures. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Mr. Warden, that's all my questions concluded. Did you have any further questions, at least Angela?
I might
Sorry,
have
Angela
Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones wants to come in here. Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones.
Thank you, sir. It was just a question on where they are at with their nutrient mitigation. It's obviously going to committee in April, but if they haven't got any mitigation secured, then the planning permission won't be issued until they have, which could be another year or so. And then there's pre-commencement conditions after that. So that's just a question from me.
Does partnership wish to respond to that point? Thank you.
I understand that this was covered in yesterday's hearing, sir, but I have information. Would you like me to repeat the detail from yesterday, sir?
My recollection from yesterday was that there was a headroom of, I think it was in the region of 1,400 dwellings created by the retrofitting programme to Norwich's council-owned stock, and that a proportion of that was reserved, or the lion's share of that was reserved for Anglia Square. Is that the position?
That is the position, sir. Yes, that's correct.
And does that then mean that nutrient neutrality is effectively resolved for Anglia Square? Then?
That is the case, sir. Yes.
And has that retrofitting been undertaken?
It hasn't to date, sir. No.
Does it need to be implemented before Anglia Square can be occupied?
Could I just come in there, sir? Yeah. So it is programmed. There's a programme for the retrofitting of Norwich City Council-owned homes, and it's programmed to be implemented ahead of occupation of Anglia Square development. So it's well in hand.
And does the programming of that retrofitting correspond to the trajectory profile, which is 200 per annum?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Any further points on Anglia Square? And apologies for calling it East Anglia a second ago. Anglia Square. I appreciate it's not a region. It is a big site, but not that big. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Warden, do you have any further questions on other sites?
No, thank you, Mr. Hatfield. Thank you.
Okay. That concludes my questions under question 4 and the 5-year supply issue. Are there any further points from around the room in relation to question 4 before we move on? Mr. Jones.
Just one further point coming back to Mr. Harris's response to me earlier, on whether people are not submitting planning applications or not. I have just had a quick look, and there were 49 outline planning applications in Broadland and South Norfolk in the last year, all of them for residential. That compares to an average of, well, about 75 to 80 in each of the previous 3 years. So there has been a reduction in people submitting planning applications. That is likely to continue. I think there's also another concern with people buying credits and when they will then build out the houses. If I'm buying a credit, will I start construction before the mitigation has been implemented, or will I wait until it has been implemented? It's a significant outlay in terms of cost to construct a residential development, and if there is no certainty that the mitigation is going to come online in time, I'm far less likely to actually commence development before the mitigation is actually in place. There's quite a lot of homes still in the trajectory from windfall sites. I think windfall sites will be at the bottom of the list in terms of securing mitigation. And I would question whether people are going to bring forward the same quantity of windfall sites in light of the current reduction in planning applications and the lack of security over achieving mitigation. I think that needs to be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. Dixon.
Thank you, sir. It's just a summing up point, really. We've heard a lot of discussion this morning and yesterday about, and it's clear from that discussion that there's a number of unresolved matters. There's an element of please trust us. There's a few queries that you've got for the partnership as well. The situation is that the partnership's presented you with a set of figures on housing delivery and supply. And coming back to the point I made earlier, what we don't have is we don't have any sensitivity testing of that. We don't have any idea as to what the outcome would be should certain things happen. Now, clearly, the partnership's coming back to you with some revised figures and some revised estimates on certain things, but it's what we're looking for is a robust deliverable strategy here. And what we've got is a strategy that seems to have a lot of question marks about it. To take one example, we had two 5-year housing land supply figures that you and Mr. Warden discussed before the coffee break. And I would suggest that had the council assessed their worst case supply against the requirement, and you'd actually got two sets of 5-year housing land supply calculations there that were comparable without both the requirement and the supply being changed for the second one, then one of them might show that there is not going to be a 5-year land supply if the worst case scenario happens. So in summary, so we've got a set of figures or various different figures from the local authority that sets out that everything's going to be okay and we've been asked to trust them. What you don't have, what you and Mr. Warden don't have, is any sensitivity testing of that, any idea as to what the situation might be if other circumstances were to prevail, and therefore there is a lack of robustness in the strategy as it sits on the table before us at the moment. That's all I had to say, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Does the partnership wish to respond to those points, both from Mr. Jones and Mr. Dixon, please? Thank you.
Obviously, I don't want to reopen the discussion we had on Appendix F earlier, but I think it was, clear from the discussion that the partnership had looked at the scenario of if sites where mitigation for nutrient neutrality was required and could be realistically expected, the partnership would have a 6.05 year, and then obviously under the step trajectory we profiled the scenario of where only sites that didn't need nutrient neutrality mitigation would come forward, which was the 5,000 and so on figure. So I think that addresses Mr. Dixon's point, but obviously Mr. Harris has got his hand up as well.
Mr. Harris.
Thank you, sir. Just a couple of points. I mean, in terms of Mr. Jones, he gives you two figures there. I think 49 for this year and 70 for last year. I mean, I haven't got to hand the year-on-year figures. I guess the point I might make is that there is an inherent danger, I guess, looking over a short-term trend based upon just the numbers of outlines without understanding what's underneath them. You might also, and this is to some degree speculation on my behalf, think that as our last plan period comes to an end in 2026, before the new one's begun, there may be a tailing off in connection with that, certainly on the larger allocation size sites. So I think they're just an element of caution there of responding to that. The second point on windfall, and I know you've heard this evidence before, but I'd reinforce the fact that we've taken a very cautious approach to forecasting windfall, with some quite substantial discounts to actual completions felt in the past on windfall, and we've further ramped that up from nutrient neutrality, and that's set out in document 3.2D. So I won't repeat it here, but I think the partnership's position would be that that is quite a credible assessment of what's meant to come forward, and probably is an underestimate based upon what we've seen. Of course, the further point is not all windfall will come forward in an area which is constrained by nutrient neutrality. It covers a substantive part of the area, that is true, but there are areas outside of nutrient neutrality that may continue to contribute windfall. In terms of Mr. Dixon's points, the only point I would make is I think it's a slightly unfair characterization to say we're asking you, please trust us. I think what we're saying is, based upon the evidence provided yesterday around nutrient neutrality by Mr. Courtier, and the fact that we are, as we've said a number of times, in the vanguard, the fact that we've moved very quickly to address this situation. Indeed, a number of people around the table have credited the authority with how fast they've moved. I think what we're asking you to do, not just trust us without anything, but what we're presenting to you, saying actually that progress is clear evidence, it's good and clear evidence, and I think was clearly set out.
Thank you, Mr. Harris and Mr. Banham. I mean, just one follow-up point. My understanding of Mr. Jones's point with regards to windfalls, I don't want to open up the discussion on windfalls. We had that discussion in depth, but purely as it relates to nutrient neutrality, Mr. Jones's point was that the local authorities' approach will be to deprioritise windfalls for credits that are sold by the joint venture company. Is that an accurate representation of the partnership's approach to the sale of those credits? Will in effect allocations be prioritised and non-allocations be deprioritised? I mean, presumably at first you will have a small number of credits and a large number of people wishing to purchase them. There'll need to be a prioritisation process, presumably, at least at first. You're on mute, sorry, Mr. Harris.
Just bear with me a second, sir. Sorry, a little bit of sidebar going on there, sir. My apologies.
It's okay.
I mean, I haven't been party to, just for the sake of transparency, any detailed discussions around the prioritisation, and clearly answers were given by Mr. Courtier around that yesterday. My understanding is that it's not necessarily the case that allocations will be prioritised and another development not prioritised. I think there's ultimately going to be a balanced arrangement which looks at the amount of credits ramping up over the time, the need, which might dictate the extent to which they're ramping up and reflecting demands within the market, which would include support for smaller and medium-sized builders who a number of smaller windfalls might contribute towards. And there are, yeah, I said not all of those windfalls will necessarily occur in an area that is constrained. I think for me to comment further would be to extend my knowledge on the point, however, too far.
Okay. Are there any final comments on 5-year supply matters before we move on? Okay. In which case, that concludes the discussion on question 4. I'll move now. I'll start the discussion on question 5. We won't conclude it before lunch, but we might be able to conclude the first site with a fair wind. So question 5 is, are the assumptions for homes to be delivered on existing commitments justified in relation to the following sites? And 5 sites are itemised. I think it's worth saying at the outset, because a couple of the representations did seek to open the discussion on other sites, that we wanted further information on these sites because we didn't feel we had enough from the initial hearing sessions. There were gaps in information. There were questions that couldn't be answered in those sessions. And these are large strategic commitments that we didn't feel we had enough information to reach a view on, which is why we've selected these 5 sites. And myself and Mr. Warden regard this as a closed list, in that we don't intend to add or reopen the discussion on any other sites. These sites were selected purely for the purposes I've just described. And with that in mind, we'll progress to Beeston Park, which is the first one. I've itemised 4 questions there. I don't intend to take them in that order. I'll pick up different points at different times that might cut across. Okay, first question for the partnership. When we had the hearing session last March, it was unclear who was the prospective purchaser for the site and what their development intentions for it were. Is there now greater clarity on that matter? Thank you, or those matters, I should say. Thank you.
Thank you. So, I mean, obviously, you've probably just noted that Mr. Bodkin has turned his camera on, and Mr. Bodkin works for Beeston, who's the promoter. In summary, the incoming investor is working hard with Town. There's work going on in the background, which means that the partnership is confident in the forecasts that we've made in the trajectory. We've also, you would have seen in the evidence, made reference to the Beeston Park development phasing and infrastructure improvement strategy, which is B32.1 in the evidence base, and also you'll be aware of the joint delivery statement we have with Town. The Reserve Matters application for infrastructure, the 2018 application, hasn't been determined as yet. That is tied up in the deliberations over nutrient neutrality, and that in itself is something that's being resolved. Once that situation is resolved, contractual matters would be able to be settled with the incoming investor. That, for that reason, it prevents them speaking at today's hearing. But obviously, Mr. Bodkin here is to assure you of the forecast that we've put into the trajectory, and to answer any questions on the nutrient neutrality scheme that they're working up with the incoming investor.
Okay, I mean that term's used throughout the partnership's responses. It's incoming investor. Is the identity of that investor put in the public domain as of yet?
So, if I might answer that, no, it isn't. And to explain the context, there is an NDA between the purchaser, the incoming investor, and the landowners. By either great misfortune or great benefit, 2 days after exchange of contracts or on the sale of the site, the nutrient neutrality edict from Natural England was issued, which clearly put a great big spanner in the works that was related to the disposal of the site. The contractor sale is subject to a number of preconditions. All of them have now been discharged, apart from the one remaining, which relates to the issue of the Reserve Matters application. So once the Reserve Matters application is permitted, and then the JR period extinguished for that permission, then the contract of sale will be completed automatically. That's for the entire site. If you like, I can then give an update on where we are currently with the Reserve Matters application. Went to committee.
Briefly, if you would, please, Mr. Bodkin. Thank you.
Okay, sure. So went to committee, I think 2019, I think was the date, and subject to the approval of the LLFA, the Highways Authority, and the Environment Agency members resolved to grant permission in principle. Each of those, and the greatest delay has been the need to do on-site, more site investigations in relating to infiltration. That's all been discharged now, and all of those organisations have granted, have raised no objection, subject to conditions which will be imposed on the Reserve Matters permission. So I've been promoting the site for about 9 years now, and I act on behalf of the promoter, now part of the UNI group owned by Land Securities, and we've been working with the incoming investor, who has working closely with a regional scale house builder, and they've committed significant investment in terms of nutrient neutrality, such that there is now a solution, pardon the pun, identified, which would see 4 elements of work to address nutrient neutrality. First and foremost will be upgrading, and this has already been mentioned, upgrading of 10 properties from cesspits to their own, not into mains drainage, but I understand it's to proprietary single unit wastewater treatment plant. So it's something called a GRAF PTP system for any wastewater nerds. Then for later phases of the development, there'll be an on-site adopted wastewater treatment plant for phase 2, which is the major phase of development at Beeston Park. There's a requirement for off-site wetlands, which will be delivered within the land ownership of the majority landowner at Beeston Park. And not only are heads of terms exchanged on that, but they're close to a deal being agreed, I understand, and the use of some bioretention suds on site as well. So the situation is that between the incoming investor, the council and Natural England, discussions have been held. I understand that Natural England raised no objection in principle to the strategy as set out. I now have a shadow appropriate assessment under the habitats regulations, which we are likely to be submitting to the council within the next week or so. All of which means that obviously with a fair wind and plain sailing, we're expecting to be able to, the council be in a position with all other remaining items on the reserve matters application now agreed in principle. We're expecting that the council will be able to issue that reserve matters application permission in the early part of this summer, which would lead to then the issuing of the permission and the completion of the sale, at which point the incoming investor will be revealed, and I can assure you, everyone on the call, that the incoming investor is extremely is champing at the bit to reveal themselves. It simply, with a complex site with 5 different landowners, all party to the same contract of sale, there was an NDA agreed, and from bitter past experience, it takes a long while to get all of those landowners to agree even a simple change such as removal of an NDA, because those circumstances might not apply anymore.
Okay, appreciate that non-disclosure agreement's in place. I'm going to need to ask a few questions about the incoming investor. Obviously, I don't wish you to prejudice your position or cause yourself any difficulties. If you're unable to answer, that's fine. Just indicate why. Is the incoming investor a master developer or a house builder? Will they be developing units on the site themselves?
The incoming investor has significant investment, and alongside them and working very closely with them is a regional scale house builder. They also, I understand, have had some discussions with a volume house builder and an affordable housing provider. Now, whilst there are no terms agreed on any of those, I do think it indicates that there will be a plurality of offers coming forward. One of the things that we've worked hard and Mr. Banham mentioned the development phasing and infrastructure improvement strategy for Beeston Park. That sets out a phasing which allows each of the phases to come forward separately. Thankfully, phase one has in comparison to most sort of strategic urban extensions of this size, has quite a low off-site infrastructure requirement.
But just on the subject of the, I want to keep focused to the issue at hand for now. I'll move on to those issues in a moment. Sure. But will the incoming investor be developing housing on the site themselves, or is it intended to parcel it up and sell it off, or to sell off parcels and bring in house builders to do the developing for them?
Both of those, sir.
Both. So there'll be development and partners.
There'll be some direct delivery by the incoming investment team, and additionally there will be sale of serviced sites into the market for both market and affordable homes.
And with that in mind, is there indication of the number of outlets at this stage, or do you not have that detail to hand at present?
I think, in all honesty, it's difficult for me to say. I think for phase one, I would think that 3 outlets might be possible, but it partly depends how they are carving up the affordable units.
Okay. And has there been a clear indication that there is an intention from the incoming investor to have and to operate multiple outlets at the site?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. Okay. When is it anticipated that the first reserve matters application for residential development will be submitted?
All I could honestly tell you, sir, is based on my best understanding, and I haven't had detailed conversations with the incoming investor. As you might expect, we've been focused on getting the deal over the line and the pre-requirements relating to nutrient neutrality in particular. But I would imagine that they would. Well, I know they're very keen to get on as soon as they can. So I would expect reserve matters applications in before the end of this calendar year.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Harris, did you wish to come in?
Thank you, sir. Just very quickly, and hopefully this will help the examination. You'll be aware there's a joint delivery statement agreed for this that has some rates in it. I think it's fair to characterise that, Mr. Bodkin, that agreement was shared with the incoming investor and they support the forecasts within it. So alongside Mr. Bodkin's submissions, I think you can have some confidence in what's being suggested because they are supportive of the numbers given in there, which are, I believe I'm right in saying, slightly more optimistic than those which we've included in the council's forecast.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Is the site still likely to come forward in 3 phases? And are there likely to be multiple reserve matters applications? Thank you.
So yes, it will come forward in at least 3 phases. In actual fact, phases 1 and phase 3 are a more conventional site. Phase 1 is around 730 units. Phase 3 about 1,100 units. So the bulk of the site is actually under phase 2, but that itself is likely to come forward in a number of phases because that is the one where has the most significant infrastructure requirements relating to realignment of the B1150, construction of new town square, etc., etc.
Okay.
But the short answer to your question, sir, is yes.
So, and then will there be multiple reserve matters applications for each phase by each end developer?
Yeah, I would expect so, yes. Sir.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Another question I wanted to ask was about external funding. Obviously, it was discussed at the hearings back in March last year that external funding, quite significant external funding, was necessary previously. So why is that not considered to be an issue now? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. what I would say is that the principle behind the HIF bid, and I worked very closely with Mr. Harris on that, was mainly related to speeding up the pace of delivery at Beeston Park. There's never been a question over viability, so it was more about the pace of delivery. And in all honesty, there was a slightly opportunistic, Mr. Harris won't thank me, he's about to kick me under a virtual table, but there was a slightly opportunistic element to it as well. You know, the government announced a certain amount of tranche of funding, and we participated to try and make the most of that. But it was mainly about increasing the pace of delivery.
And from your perspective and from the incoming investors' perspective, there's no need for external or grant funding in order to cross-subsidise the infrastructure. Is that your position, Mr. Bodkin?
That is the position as I currently understand it, and I do know that the incoming investor is doing further modelling work. Their assessment of the additional cost of the nutrient neutrality is within the range that the partnership have issued recently. So they are continuing to do further work, but certainly in terms of phase one, which is likely to be there that comes forward and can be brought forward independent of the other phases, there is no indication that there'll be any viability challenge.
What about latter phases, though? I mean, you mentioned a moment ago that phase two is the largest tranche of dwellings.
Yeah.
Are there any question marks remaining over the viability of phase two? I mean, that's the one that you mentioned carried the realignment of the B road and I think you described the town square as well.
Yeah, and now additionally, as we understand it, the installation of the on-site wastewater treatment plant. So that is subject to further viability work, but there is no indication as yet that it presents a challenge.
Is there any indication that it doesn't present a challenge?
Well, yes, because the additional costs are within the margins of comfort that have been on historic viability assessments. So there isn't anything additional that would cause extreme concern or a challenge for viability as yet.
Okay, thank you. Are there any comments about this site from around the room? I'm aware that Halsbury Homes Halsbury Homes. You're going to have to forgive my northern pronunciations. I should when in Rome, do as the Romans do and go for Halsbury Homes. Halsbury Homes made a representation about this site. I think others commented on it as well. Are there any comments from around the room about this site and in response to what we've heard from the partnership and from Mr. Bodkin? Thank you. Ms. Pugh.
There we go. Sorry, so just to confirm that we've nothing further to add other than what we've set out in our hearing statement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments on this site before we move on then? Okay, thank you. We'll move now on to, I think we've got time to at least think about starting the second site, which is North Rackheath. Again, sorry, Mr. Harris, did you wish to come in?
Only just to say, sir, I can see certainly popped up on my screen a request to admit Maureen Darry. Maureen Darry will be attending in John Orwin's absence today. I'm sorry, I've only just learnt this, so it's probably quite timely she's arrived, just as you want to go on to North Rackheath.
Thank you. I did wonder. I've let Maureen into the meeting. Thank you, Paul.
Hello, Ms. Darry. As Mr. Harris has just said, we were about to start the discussion about North Rackheath, so impeccable timing in that regard. Okay. As with the previous slide, I've itemised 3 questions in the MIQs we circulated. I'll deal with them together really and ask a series of questions that relate to them based on the responses we've had. Question for the partnership first. When we had the hearing session last March, an impasse had been reached on this site regarding whether a joint master plan was required to be agreed. What progress has been made in resolving that issue since then? Thank you.
Yeah, from the partnerships perspective, as a planning authority, we're in parallel negotiations with both Taylor Wimpey and Halsbury over their site. We haven't included the Halsbury application from 2021 in the trajectory, but obviously if that site was to come forward, then it would be a boost to supply. From the discussions we've had with Taylor Wimpey, we know that from Taylor Wimpey's perspective, they don't see there being any dispute, and as I said, we're in parallel negotiations to work on both applications, and we're confident that we're working within the principles of the Rackheath Master Plan.
Well, the question really is about whether this impasse has been addressed, because I recall the session quite well from March last year, and there was a note circulated and commented upon, I believe, by Taylor Wimpey and Halsbury, certainly at least by Halsbury. And the way it was presented in those hearings is that this was potentially something that might have to be resolved through the appeal route. There was no agreement had been reached, and there was a fundamental dispute with regards to the interpretation of a policy in the Area Action Plan. That's my recollection. Has that dispute been resolved? Has any progress been made towards breaching that impasse and reaching an agreement on those points?
Where my development management colleagues are obviously in discussion about the two respective planning applications. There are discussions going on as to the access strategies for the two applications and how they could work coherently together, and also the development management process in terms of the amount of deployment that the respective sites could provide. Obviously, it's not my place to be commenting on those development management applications, but from the partnership's perspective, the negotiations on those applications are progressing well, and decisions on the applications would be made in due course. Obviously, also in light of the nutrient neutrality situation, which includes
just before I move on to nutrient neutrality, I'm sorry to cut you off, Mr. Banham. It's just I want to stay focused on this quite narrow focused point, which is the issue of the impasse that was reached, because the Halsbury Homes representation says that the impasse hasn't been resolved. We are a year on from those last hearings, which is quite a long time for a point of that magnitude to remain unresolved. I mean, I've got there's two hands raised in the room. Ms. Pugh, did you wish to come in? Can you provide an update from Halsbury's perspective?
Yes, thank you, sir. I think it's probably fair to say that things have moved on, as Mr. Banham suggests. When we spoke last time, there was sort of a higher degree of uncertainty about how the two applications were going to come forward in relation to each other, in relation to the endorsed master plan. I think it's probably fair to say, and I will appreciate that Taylor Wimpey will want to comment on this as well, but in terms of the nutrient neutrality, which has sort of thrown another master plan related issue into the mix in terms of on-site mitigation, and in terms of our ongoing discussions with the end team, we've agreed to work in parallel as two applications, two separate applications, and the planning authority are content to work with both parties, and for them to be this sort of the determining authority in terms of the mutual acceptability of both applications. Now, I think both sides have moved on considerably from the impasse in terms of the mix of land uses. So we're both looking at a mix of housing and employment on the site. The access has moved on. In terms of our application, we're looking at going to committee, subject to nutrient neutrality, going to committee sort of late summer. So, and I think that is the position that the GNLP set out in paragraphs 19 to 22 of their hearing statement. So I'd just like to say that we'd agree with their interpretation and their commentary on the position that we find ourselves in. So I think in essence, I don't think the impasse is an impasse. I think we've just agreed that the things that have happened in the intervening period since we last met mean that there's a way forward on a sort of coordinated master plans through the planning authority and the determination of the two applications. Thank you.
That's helpful. I mean, if I'd misrepresented the situation, it's purely because the first response to the question I posed in the MIQs, which was, well, I say at the previous hearings it emerged that there was a dispute regarding whether an agreed master plan is required before the development can take place. Has this dispute now been resolved? And Halsbury's first word of the response is no. If that has been resolved, then obviously it makes the discussion potentially a lot shorter. But that's a helpful update, Ms. Pugh, so thank you for that. Ms. Darrow, your hand's raised. Did you wish to come in?
Thank you, sir. I'm the planning agent acting for Taylor Wimpey on the North Rackheath scheme. Just to confirm, as far as Taylor Wimpey were concerned, there was never an impasse in the first instance. We've submitted our application based on the endorsed master plan. And I'll give you an update on the planning application in due course, should you wish that. I agree with the position that Ms. Pugh has basically just outlined. We are working with the development management section of Broadland in respect of our application, and we're currently working through with them and with Halsbury, but separately at the moment, but looking to come together in due course on amendments to both applications to reflect requirements from the council in respect of additional employment land on our side and respective changes to the Halsbury application. So we will be working together to come to a position where both applications will be able to be determined in accordance with the general principles of the endorsed master plan.
Okay, and from your perspective, Ms. Darry, what do you make of the assumed phasing that the council, the partnership, I should say, have attributed to this site, which is, and I think as they've explained, the assumed phasing that the partnership have made relates solely to the Taylor Wimpey controlled part of the site. That's 50 dwellings in 26-27, ramping up to 150 in 27-28 and 175 per annum thereafter. Is that reflective? Is that something that's reflective of Taylor Wimpey and partners' approach?
Yes, absolutely. We in respect of the planning application, our timelines have slipped because of the nutrient neutrality issue, and we are currently working on an updated submission to reflect those matters. So that will be via voluntary regulation 25 submission in November. So we have looked at the unit completions, and we're confident with the figures in terms of the delivery that's been presented by the partnership.
Okay, thank you. And given what was the views that were expressed by Ms. Pugh before, are there any remaining objections from Halsbury Homes to the phasing and delivery assumptions that apply to this site?
Not
sorry, there was a question from Ms. Pugh. Sorry, apologies.
Sorry, sir, did you mean the Halsbury Homes proportion of the site?
Did I misspeak? Apologies. Apologies. The question was, like I say, my reading of the Halsbury objection, and apologies if I misspoke then, my reading of the Halsbury Homes objection was that there were still objections to the phasing and delivery of this site. You appeared to me, at least, to strike a slightly different tone in your comments before. Are there remaining concerns from your perspective with relation to the assumed start date of this site and the assumed annual completion rates from this site? Thank you.
Right, thank you. That's helpful. I was thinking of sort of phased development rather than starting points. No, I think I think in our statement we've assumed that I think the council's assumptions in terms of the delivery rates in terms of the 150 dwellings per hectare for the Taylor Wimpey site, and obviously our site delivery, I think, is set out in 1.18 of Lichfield's hearing statement. I think the lead-in time was something that we were querying in terms of the council's assumptions versus ours. Now, in terms of the Halsbury Homes element of the site, so the 350 house scheme, bearing in mind what we heard yesterday on nutrient neutrality, we would fall into the smaller scale site that would look for a nutrient neutrality credit solution, if you like, a mitigation solution. So assuming that, and assuming that the trajectory that the council has put forward for the nutrient neutrality, we could meet that trajectory in terms of the delivery of our portion of the site. So in terms of lead-in differences, I think with Taylor Wimpey, as we understand, Taylor Wimpey are looking for an on-site nutrient neutrality mitigation solution. Our view is that may well delay the delivery of homes on that portion of the site, and obviously that portion of the site is the one that's in the council's trajectory. So it's slightly confused as to which numbers in the trajectory you're looking at, whether it's the Halsbury site or the Taylor Wimpey. But I hope that that's sort of set out in sort of paragraph 1.18 of our hearing statement.
Okay, that's helpful. Mr. Bennett, did you wish to make a supplementary point from the Halsbury Homes perspective?
Yeah, that's fine. It's just, as I said, it's sort of para 1.8, para 1.9 of our statement. We just think the lead time's just a bit overly optimistic. But from our perspective, it would be Halsbury Homes delivering first, followed then by Taylor Wimpey, sort of noting the fact that Taylor Wimpey have an adjacent site, which is for 205 homes at Green Lane West, which has an outline permission but is sort of on hold given nutrient neutrality issues. So it's sort of been assumed that they'll probably deliver that first and then start to deliver their site. Sort of also noting the fact that, start to finish lead time, delivery rates, etc. for that site are quite long for a sort of 3,000-4,000 unit site in comparison to what has currently been assumed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Harris, your hand's been raised for some time. Did you wish to come in?
Yeah, just a couple of points, if I might, sir. I mean, I'd just to point the inquiry to document D8B 38.1, which is an updated joint delivery statement that we linked to in our hearing responses. That is dated the 1st of March 2023 and was agreed with John Orwin, the Strategic Project Director for Taylor Wimpey. Again, that just sets out some detail from Taylor Wimpey's perspective, confirming that they support and indeed sort of mirroring what's happened with Beeston Park. Actually think they're going to exceed what we've assumed in our trajectory. Based upon the detailed rationale that's set out in that delivery forecast, which just shows the fact that we've sort of worked together and understood what their forecasts were and have used that to inform our own trajectory in a cautious way. I would slightly push back on the suggestion that the council has used assumptions. Actually, we've been informed by the programme of the developer as set out through the joint delivery statement. So we've not gone off on our own and made a series of assumptions, with I think the third point being that averages are averages. They necessarily have things that happen quicker and more slowly than them, and that's why there's an average. And I think in this instance we've demonstrated, and Ms. Darry may want to talk on this in more detail through the submissions that we've made, that what we've put in the trajectory is entirely plausible.
Okay, I mean, that point that Mr. Bennett reiterated a second ago was one I picked up in my list of questions about the developer, in this case Taylor Wimpey, developing a site that's almost adjacent. Ms. Darry, what's your response to that point? If Taylor Wimpey do own a site in very, very close proximity to this site, is it realistic to assume that there will be such high rates of delivery on two sites that are next to each other, more or less, with the same house builder? Thank you.
Thank you. So from Taylor Wimpey's perspective, it's completely realistic in terms of the delivery. We've worked very hard on our planning strategy for North Rackheath to ensure that the delivery will be as stated. So if I just take a slight step backwards on that particular element, we're not kind of running a conventional planning application per se in respect of an outline, receive planning permission, do a reserve matters, receive the decision on that, then start. What we're doing is running a series of planning applications together. So when our outline application is updated, we will run in parallel a reserve matters application, a detailed infrastructure application, and maybe a separate application to deal with our nutrient neutrality mitigation should we require an on-site wastewater treatment works, with a view to having less delay in the planning programme in terms of securing those decisions. So as far as I'm made aware from Taylor Wimpey, there is no prospect of a delay in delivering North Rackheath, and every expectation that Green Lane West development is, from Taylor Wimpey's perspective, will carry on as soon as conditions allow it to do so.
Yeah, could someone give me the reference for Green Lane West in the trajectory? I've got the trajectory tables in front of me. I'm trying to it'd be helpful to compare the assumptions of one to the other and see them in the table. I've got North Rackheath. What site reference is
GNLP 0172.
So that's assuming to come on stream in 27-28, slightly behind the North Rackheath site, and deliver a 50 per annum for 4 years after that. Does that site have permission at present then? It says it has outline permission in this trajectory. Is that situation been subject to any update?
That's correct. It still has outline permission, with the intention that it will come forward as reserve matters. If I might just take a minute of your time, sir. I think we've been in separate discussions with Taylor Wimpey around this very point, having been raised in the submissions. You won't be surprised to hear I'm sure I think Ms Darry is right that they do not see any delay in North Rackheath as a result of Green Lane West. And that's accurate to what Ms Darry has said. I think they see these delivering in parallel. What they have said, in fairness and for the sake of transparency, is it probably does limit yearly completions to no more than the maximum that they've sort of set out at 175 in our trajectory. So it might have a dampening effect, probably outside the 5-year period, because both can build up together, but probably they're saying that they wouldn't deliver more than that amount of units in any 1 year. So it's more a dampening effect post the 5-year period is what they've indicated. That being said, again, and much like other elements we've pointed to here, they are saying, and Mr Banham hopefully can find the correspondence, that they would expect the Green Lane site to come forward rather quicker than we do. So again, shows a degree of caution in what we've assumed.
Well, caution in one level, but I mean, my concern would be, I mean, we're outside of the 5-year. We're onto a separate question now from the 5-year supply. We're looking at this site in the round. If 175 is the maximum that can be delivered across the 2 sites, and that could lead to some dampening, for example, of completions at North Rackheath, and that inevitably pushes some of the supply from that site out of the back end of the plan period, does it not?
Yes, I mean, sorry, that's what I intended to indicate when saying some dampening effect. So essentially, you'd read across And whilst I don't think there'd be any delay in the first 5 years, because you wouldn't reach that maximum rate across the two sites, in the latter years, I think it would tend to that as a maximum, which I think I worked out. And again, Mr. Banham may be able to help me if it's that related to, might be 130 or 180. Mr. Banham will hopefully confirm. He's nodding.
So in addition to we've discussed before a loss, I think it was the Sproston site of 600 dwellings. Is it then also the partnership's position that there should be an additional loss of in the magnitude of 180 dwellings from this site, from the whole plan supply? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. And that's to reflect the. Okay. And that I can see that reading across. If you apply a maximum across the two sites of 175 in any year, then that's the sort of figure you're looking at pushing out the back end of the plan period. Okay. Okay. Any final comments on North Rackheath before we move on?
Just to help with referencing, sir, if you were interested in looking back over our evidence for the Mahoney Green, Green Lane West site, it's D8.7. So there was some notes that we gathered from Taylor Wimpey, East Anglia, in relation to that site.
And that's the smaller site, the 205 dwellings subject
That's
to
right.
outline approval. Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Any final comments on this site then? Fine. It's now 11 minutes past 1. I'm going to suggest we break for lunch there. We've still got 3 sites to discuss after lunch, and hopefully we can wrap those up in the first session. In terms of a break for lunch, should we return at 2 o'clock? Does that sound reasonable? Yeah. Okay.
Yep, that'd be fine.
Just before we do, it's those points, just to remind the partnership about those points with regards to East Norwich, which were the, put them down here, status of the East Norwich, the application, why it hasn't been validated yet, and which sites are assumed in the first 3 years. If there is any update that can be given on nutrient neutrality with that first application that's been lodged, whether that's a factor in the delay, that would be helpful as well. I appreciate there's only so much information you can garner over a lunch break, and that might be a less accessible information than the others, but if it could be found, that would be helpful as well. And I'll ask for an update when we reopen at 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you all for your contributions this morning. The hearing sessions are adjourned. We'll resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you. time to resume the hearing sessions. We made good progress before the break and dealt with the first two sites under question 5, which were Beeston Park and North Rackheath. Just before we adjourned for lunch, there was a discussion regarding East Norwich, and I asked the partnership to perhaps find out some additional information about that site based on some of the questions that emerged this morning. Has the partnership been able to find out that additional information, which related firstly to the delay of validation of the pending application, secondly to the assumptions about which parts of the site would deliver within the 5-year period, and thirdly with regards to nutrient neutrality on the application that's currently been submitted? Is there an update on those 3 matters, please? Thank you.
Yes, there is. So I'll provide that update. So in relation to Carrowworks non-validation, the application hasn't been validated due to insufficient information, plans and documents having been submitted, particularly in relation to highways and heritage. Meetings were held early months of this year to explain just what is required, and that is ongoing. We don't currently have a specific timescale for validation.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Gore.
No, I was just going to move on to the next one, but do you have further questions?
I was going to ask you to move on to the next one, so okay. That's fine by me. Thank you.
Right. So secondly, in terms of the breakdown of the East Norwich delivery on the site. So year 2025 to 26, 52 dwellings to be provided, all on the May Gurney / Deal Ground site. 26-27, 32 on the May Gurney Deal Ground site and 216 at Carrowworks. And thirdly, year 2027-28, 166 on May Gurney Deal Ground and 100 on Carrowworks.
Okay, thank you. You might not have this information to hand, but I'll ask in case you do have it to hand. The May Gurney site, is the assumption within the 5-year period, and that aggregates up to well over 200 dwellings, probably closer to 250 dwellings. Is that all on the May Gurney site, or is some of it on the Deal Ground?
No, some of that is on the Deal Ground. The May Gurney site, as you're probably aware, sir, is a smaller part of the site in the south. Some of that delivery will be on the Deal Ground.
And so there's an assumption there that the bridge over the two rivers, I forget whether it's the Wensum or the Yare, but the bridge over the river into the Deal Ground site, there's an assumption then built in that a route will be provided across the site and a bridge completed over the river into the Deal Ground site within the 5-year period.
Yes, so the southern bridge, which is over the River Yare, that will be delivered to access the Deal Ground site. But that's not the main bridge that will go over the River Wensum to access the northern parts of the utility site. It's the southern bridge.
I appreciate that. I remember the two rivers well, and I appreciate there's a difference in their width and the size and scale of any bridge that would be necessary to facilitate access. Okay, thank you for that update. That's helpful. Is there any update on when an application is due on the May Gurney then, or whether the existing outline will be pursued? Because I remember that was a point of discussion last year.
It is being pursued. Reserve matters have to be, application has to come in by July 2023, by this July. That is currently being pursued.
So reserve matters for the May Gurney site are being pursued, and that's the deadline. So
it's July this year.
Doesn't expire.
Yeah, that's right.
Fine. What about for the Deal Ground site?
Sorry, I think Mr. Harris wants to make.
Mr. Harris.
Just really in support of what Mike said there, or Mr. Burrows said there rather, we did have an application for details of condition for outline permission 2011/0152 submission of design code around the Deal Ground and May Gurney site. That was in March this year, which just as an indication that elements are progressing around that site.
So there's an outline application come in for the May Gurney and the deal ground this month?
No, there's an existing outline, reference 2011/0152. This is the submission of a design code in connection with the conditions of that outline, I think, which indicates the direction of travel that Mr. Burrell has outlined towards a reserve matters, which I also understand is under discussion.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Okay, thank you. I'll reflect on that.
Okay, and thirdly, nutrient neutrality. It's an urban site. There is a smaller area of meadowland by the River Yare, but it's unlikely that nutrient neutrality mitigation will be able to be provided on site. But work is ongoing. It's anticipated that credits will be required.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. So tying in with the discussion we had about the credit scheme, that's going to require, that site alone will require significant credits in the years ahead, albeit I appreciate it's the last 3 years of the 5-year period.
It is, yes, there's a point I was going to make, but also those credits will have been ramped up by the time that they're required.
Okay. Mr. Warden, did you have any further questions on East Norwich based on the information we've received?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Burrell. That's a helpful update. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to move now on to the third site that's itemised under question 5, which is land at Brook Farm and Laurel Farm, Green Lane, Thorpe St Andrew. Again, there's 3 bullet point questions there, and I'll ask my questions in light of the responses to those questions. The partnership's Matter 15 statement sets out that an agreement in principle has been reached regarding access into this site. When was that agreement reached? Is that a recent development? Thank you.
Yeah, so the partnership has been in ongoing discussions with the promoters, Lothbury, and that includes revised highway drawings being put forward by Lothbury at the beginning part of this year. So that's led to the current position where the Highway Authority have reviewed the scheme, and in principle the submission is acceptable. They still require some further details relating to design standings, including LTN 120. But in short, no new footbridges expected to be required across the railway, and that therefore doesn't put Network Rail in the position of having a financial consideration for the site. So that's the eastern part of the site, and then obviously there's been some discussions around the Plumstead Road entrance to the site too.
Okay, so from your perspective, Mr. Banham, has the previous concerns raised about access into this site now been largely addressed? Yes, largely addressed. That's correct. Okay, and that agreement was with the Highway Authority, just to confirm? Yep, that's right. The Highway Authority have been fully involved, and the description that I just gave has been run past them, and they're in support of the statement that I just gave. Okay. Halsbury Homes Matter 15 statement says that a roundabout was permitted in 2021, but that will now not be implemented. Is this agreement in principle separate from that roundabout? Yeah, so the sort of more western side of the site that's accessed off Plumstead Road, that was originally had the proposals for a roundabout solution that still stands as a possible solution, but the proposals are now moving towards a signalised junction. Okay. A number of parties, including Halsbury Homes, made reference to this site in their submissions. Does anyone wish to comment on what's been said or to offer a contrary opinion? Thank you. Ms. Pugh.
Thank you. It's just a quick point of clarification. I think our understanding was that the original provision was expected to lapse in June this year, and just to perhaps clarify from GNLP whether that is the works are going to be implemented under that consent, or whether there's a renewal of the consent. Thank you.
Thank you. Could the partnership respond to that point, please?
Yes, the current 10-year submission, 10-year permission is set to lapse later in the year. Lothbury have indicated that it'd be difficult for them to submit reserved applications in time to continue that permission, but they are committed to the site, and obviously the site is already allocated within the existing North East Area Action Plan, and they're committed to doing the necessary work to bring the site forward. And as we've previously indicated in our representations, Lothbury have reported interest from house builders in the site, and therefore we're confident in putting the Brook Farm site towards the end of our trajectory as we have done.
Okay, so from your perspective, Mr. Banham, it's being actively promoted with a view for securing house builder interest in the medium term.
That's correct, but Mr. Harris has probably got some further points to add.
Okay, Mr. Harris, thank you.
Thank you. Just very briefly, sir, again, I'll just refer you to one of the joint delivery statements we have, which is document D8, point B32. That just sets out some further detail behind why Lothbury will be incentivised to bring this site forward. And for the avoidance of any doubt, just to say that the forecast that we brought forward as an authority, or sorry, as a partnership, assumed a reapplication on this site.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions or comments on this particular slide? Okay, thank you. In which case, we'll move on to the Norwich RFU site. When we had the sessions last year in March, there was a significant degree of uncertainty about this site. Has the club been approached since the last hearing session to ascertain their intentions with regards to any potential relocation?
I think, sir, it's fair to say that the uncertainty still remains over this site. The priority of the club is obviously to secure its own future, and its long-standing aim is to relocate. But as yet, we're not aware of any definite proposals. Hence, why we've kept it towards the back end of the trajectory period.
And to return to the question I posed, has any contact been made with the club in the intervening year since the last hearings?
I'm not aware of any contact myself. Mr. Harris may have further knowledge than me.
I haven't been party to any detailed discussions, so I believe there has been contact between the authority and the RFU, and discussions more generally in the round between their agents in pursuit of their aims to secure the long-term viability of the club. Unfortunately, I'm not able to offer any further detailed clarity, I'm afraid. As Mr. Banham refers to, this is clearly at the end of the plan period, and therefore I think a pragmatic approach sensibly puts it where we put it.
My understanding was that the allocation of this site through the Area Action Plan was predicated on an assumption that the club would relocate to the UEA campus, and that relocation subsequently has fallen through and is now no longer an option for the club. If there hasn't been any further contact or discussions with the club that the partnership are aware of, then how certain can you be that the club is still actively seeking to move?
My understanding, sir, is that so at the point at which the site was allocated, actually they hadn't identified their relocation site at that point. The basis of the promotion through the area action plan was on the basis that they needed to do something, essentially generate further money and investment to develop their facilities in order to secure the long-term viability of the RFU. My understanding is that position remains. Following the allocation of the site through the area action plan and the certainty that that brought, there were further discussions that identified initially a relocation proposal to UEA. You're absolutely correct in your summary that that has since fallen through as an option for them, but the underlying circumstances, to the best of my knowledge, have not changed, and relocation no doubt remains an option on the table for them. We believe the site is suitable and could be viably developed for the evidence that's in front of you. Ultimately, it is the ongoing viability of the club that's the driving force behind the club, not a desire just to relocate. So is there a possibility that they find a solution on their existing site? Yes, that's a possibility. However, looking across the extent of the plan period and recognising the guidance that works around developability and saying that actually you need to take a pragmatic approach, I still think there's a reasonable prospect that comes forward as a solution for the club, albeit that there is also a world in which they stay put.
Well, you say the club is still looking at the viability going forward and still exploring relocations, but how can you know that's the case if there's been dedicated discussions between the planning departments or the GNDP and the club in at least the last year? That's presumably not an up-to-date position, or you don't know that it's an up-to-date position. We can't say that it's an up-to-date position. I mean, it was notable to me that there didn't seem to be, well, there's no joint delivery statement for this site. There are for other sites. If you haven't contacted the club directly in the last year, presumably no attempt was made to agree a joint delivery statement. Otherwise, you would have contacted them in the last year. So when was the last contact with the club made directly between the partnership, the planning element of the partnership and the club about relocation? How old is the information that we're operating on?
In truth, sir, I couldn't say. Obviously, I can't say I was part of the discussions. I wasn't at. I don't know is the answer in terms of when the last contact was made. I'm sure in due course we can provide that clarity to you, but I don't have that information to hand.
Has there been a discussion between the club and the partnership about the prospect of delivering it since the plan was submitted?
There's a risk, as I said, sir. I've not been party to those discussions. My understanding is there's been contact, not necessarily between the partnership in its wider sense of the authorities and the club about their intentions and the possibilities to secure their ongoing viability in the future. I don't know the detail of those in terms of direct engagement between the partnership team here. I don't know when the last contact was made.
But it certainly hasn't been in the last year since the last hearing session.
Not to the best of my knowledge, sir.
No. Okay. Well, that puts me in a difficult position, because the best that can therefore be said is that the current position of the club with regards to its viability, be its intention to move, are unknown. Okay. Any further comments on this site? Okay. Does the partnership wish to say anything more before we move on? I've asked all the questions I wanted to ask.
Nothing from me, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the final site under question 5 is Long Stratton, which comprises the two component parts. It's a site in two parts, in effect, on two different sides of the proposed bypass. Question for the partnership to start with. the Matter 15 statement sets out that planning applications on both sites were due to be considered by South Norfolk's Council's Development Management Committee on the 15th of March of this year. That's last week. What was the outcome of that, please? Thank you.
It was a resolution to approve, sir.
And that's for both applications, is it?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. What effect have nutrient neutrality issues had on these two sites?
So as well as the evidence we've provided, Mr. Presley, I believe, is on the call and could give further information in relation to their nutrient mitigation strategies and their delivery on site. But in short, they've looked at a combination of short-term and long-term arrangements. So in the short term, they would be able to create headroom for development through on-site SUDs and fallowing of land. And then in the longer term, they're looking at maybe off-site wetlands or in improvements through the wastewater treatment network provided by Anglian Water. The details of those are still to be fully resolved, and that's a discussion that's happening with Anglian Water. But the resolution to approve last week has given us added confidence about the trajectory projections we've made.
There was a comment made yesterday. It might have been Mr. I think it was Mr. Tuddenham, although it might have been someone else, that the nutrient neutrality strategy that was being deployed required the larger site to be left fallow for a period of time, and the implication being that site delivery on the larger site might be significantly delayed. What's the partnership's response to that point?
Yeah, I think their solution that involves the fallowing of land would create the headroom, I think, for in the order of 600 to 700 homes to be developed out, which would allow the scheme to progress along with the development of the bypass to the levels that we've set out in the trajectory. And then the long-term mitigation strategies would be available to allow the development to build out to its full 1,800 home capacity, as the trajectory explains.
I think my recollection of the point that was made, and I don't think Mr. Tuddenham is in the call today, but my recollection of the point that he made was that it was the larger parcel east of Long Stratton, which was to be fallowed to facilitate the delivery of the smaller parcel to the northwest. Is that correct? Is that a fair representation of the strategy that's been taken to release part of the site in the short term?
I'm probably not best placed to answer that question, but Mr. Presley, who's put his hand up, may be able to.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Presley.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, just to clarify the particular point, Mr. Banham's broadly correct in the way the strategy is intended to work. So there's a short-term arrangement whereby on-site mitigation in combination with some fallowing will deliver up to 688 houses, after which a longer-term strategy, again, which Mr. Banham has outlined, would come into play. With regard to the fallowing, the intention is that would partially contribute, but to all intents and purposes, the fallowing would be a temporary measure, and it would apply to the later phases of the eastern side of the development. So it wouldn't encumber the earlier phases from coming forward.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful clarification. So in effect, the way it was put to me yesterday, Mr. Tuddenham's on the call. I do apologise. I'm having some issues with my Microsoft Teams. I think I mentioned yesterday when I logged back in after the break, it appeared that it was just me and Mr. Burrell and nobody else in the meeting. And for some reason, it's not showing all the participants in my list, which is why I didn't spot Mr. Tuddenham earlier. Mr. Tuddenham, did you wish to come in, seeing as it was your point I put to the partnership?
Yes, sir. That wasn't quite where I came from yesterday, sir. What I said was that the site could only be developed out up to between 600 and 700, with the remainder set aside. But the requirement of Natural England was that this set aside area, for want of better words, was to be tied up in perpetuity. So what would happen is that the site, as it stands, to bring 600 or 700 forward, would be limited to that amount. And my other point on Long Stratton was an example in there that as a consequence of this development and a consequence of movements on nutrient neutrality and other issues, we're only going to see, in terms of viability, 14% affordable housing provision. And I think that will be confirmed by the applicant that is the case.
Okay, we'll deal with nutrient neutrality first. So your position, Mr. Tuddenham, is that 688 is the limit, and not that 688 is the limit, but that the proportion of the site that's given over to this temporary, well, as it was described by Mr. Pressley, temporary mitigation, that has to be secured in perpetuity by virtue of Natural England's comments. That's the concern, and so that, in your view, means that land could be sterilised in perpetuity, in effect.
Well, if there isn't a requirement to enter into perpetuity, it would be the case, sir. Yes.
Okay.
And there's a Natural England letter on the application site. I gave you the application numbers yesterday, so if you want to retrieve those, because I think it's a pretty complicated site, and we've got to remember this site was allocated in 2011, and the forecast completions at that particular time was that 1,100 dwellings would be completed by the end of this year. Nothing's happened, in effect, and those projections were proposed by the Greater Norwich Development Partnership, scrutinised by an inspector, assurances given that would happen, and it just hasn't happened. Now, I don't blame the developer for that. It's a case of misinformation or estimates and forward projections of a local planning authority. However, it is what it is. We are where we are, but there appears to be a blockage beyond 600 or 700.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tuddenham. Mr. Jones, you've commented on this site before, both in the initial discussions last year and also in relation to current hearing sessions. Do you wish to comment on nutrient neutrality at Long Stratton as well?
I think it was just further to Mr. Tuddenham's comments. Just reading the Natural England response now. It is a little bit unclear, but it says Natural England welcomes the additional clarification that this will be kept in fallow for 15 years, and that if no long-term strategy is found. I don't know if the applicant can clarify discussions. It seems odd that it would have to be fallowed if they came up with another solution, but that is kind of how Natural England have set it out. The other point was just the point I raised yesterday on the stage 2 mitigation, which my understanding is that it requires the upgrade of Anglian Water's sewage treatment plant in Long Stratton, and that Natural England have objected to that. So it'd be helpful to get some clarity on that.
Okay. Either Mr. Pressley or the partnership, it'd be helpful to have clarification on those 2 points in relation to nutrient neutrality. So firstly, the issue about whether part of the land would be sterilised in perpetuity, and secondly, this issue about that Mr. Jones has raised in relation to the upgrades to the wastewater treatment works and a potential Natural England objection to that. Thank you.
Yes, I mean, it's the partnership's position that the the land wouldn't be sterilised by being fallowed, and that the upgrades that Anglian Water will most likely be doing as part of legal obligations in the future was one of two options open to the promoters at Long Stratton. But this is probably the time for me to give way to Mr. Presley.
Thank you. Mr. Presley.
Yes, thank you, sir. On the matter of the fallowing, that is part of the short-term mitigation, and that would cease when a longer-term strategy came into place. And Mr. Banham's correct in that part of that includes works to the wastewater treatment centre. But there are three elements effectively to the long-term strategy. That is one. The second is any statutory duties that might arise out of the levelling up bill. But I think principally in this case, it's off-site wetland provision, because the site is in the ownership of two farming companies, and the arrangement with the applicants, with those landowners, is that additional land outside of the application site can and will be made available to meet those wetland mitigation requirements. So there's plenty of land off site, but adjacent to the site to address that longer term mitigation. So there are three potential strands, either in their own right or in combination, that will meet those longer term mitigation requirements.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tuddenham's hand was raised a second ago. Did you wish to come back, Mr. Tuddenham? Was your point addressed? Mr. Tuddenham. Mr. Tuddenham, did you wish to come in?
Thank you, sir. Just on off-site mitigation, first we'd heard of it, hearsay, unreliable. Nobody knows what's going to happen, but the fact is that in the interim, or to allow the 600 to 700 to pursue, the land has got to be fallowed. End of story until a solution is found, and there's no certainty about finding a solution at all.
Thank you.
That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Jones, did you wish to come back?
It was just a further question as to whether the phase 2 solution required the off-site wetlands in addition to the surface sewage treatment work upgrades. If it does, then there's a clear objection from Natural England that, in principle, to allowing mitigation from sewage treatment works that are going to be subject to TAL in 2030. With regards to the off-site wetlands, my understanding is that the applicant has submitted a shadow habitats regulations assessment. In our experience so far, it's been very difficult to agree a position with Natural England, and that there could be a significant time in terms of doing detailed design of those wetlands and getting any form of agreement in place. And that should perhaps be taken into account in kind of the early years of projected delivery. They won't be able to grant a consent just based on the fallowing. There would need to be mitigation for both elements, I would have thought, before a consent can be granted. Thank you.
And could I just ask you, Mr. Jones, before you before I return to the partnership, there's been a couple of references, and in fact you read from a letter from Natural England before. Is there just one letter from Natural England in relation to this application that encompasses all these points?
I believe it's the same letter that's been submitted to both applications, and it's on the application file. I think it'd be useful if you did read it, sir.
I think that would be helpful from my perspective, if it's just to understand, when I'm reflecting on these discussions, precisely what Natural England's position is, seeing as that's something that's being interpreted differently by different parties here today. So if I can just request that the partnership perhaps provide that letter from Natural England, that will be helpful context to my deliberations. Thank you. Mr. Prestley, did you wish to respond to the points raised by Mr. Jones and Mr. Tuddenham?
Thank you, Sega. Just to assist you on a couple of points. Yes, I think it would be useful if you did read the Natural England letters. There are two, one for the west and one for the east, but my understanding is that they're identical applications. It was characterised, I think, yesterday that the letter of the 15th of March from Natural England is an objection letter. I think that's not the correct characterisation. You can obviously see for yourself the points that they raise, but in effect they're about seeking some additional clarification and information, mostly I think about the methodology, but it does in its conclusion say that they seek this information and that without the information they may need to object. It's not our expectation that they will. We've had very detailed discussions with them leading up to the preparation of the information that was submitted with the application, and we gained in principle agreement with them back in October 2022 for the mitigation strategy that we've submitted subsequently in January 2023. Just also, sir, just on the point about the off-site wetland mitigation, our applications have included a wetland feasibility assessment, again, which was something prepared in consultation with Natural England. So quite a lot of work has been done on the potential off-site works, and there's a document with the application that covers all that.
Okay, thank you. And what about Mr. Jones's point, Mr. Prestley, which related to Natural England objecting to the assumptions being made in relation to the upgrading of the treatment works in Long Stratton, and to what extent that element was relied upon in the medium to longer term mitigation strategy? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I haven't identified where they've objected to that specifically, but I'm happy to be directed to that particular point. But I just reiterate the issue that I raised earlier, where in effect the long-term mitigation strategy is a three-stranded mitigation strategy. So it works with for Anglian Water to undertake, and again, along with Natural England, we have been in discussion in preparing this strategy with Anglian Water. Obviously, there's the potential longer term work coming out of the statutory duties in the Levelling Up Bill. But specifically, there are the works that we're proposing off-site. So it's one or other or in combination mitigation in the longer term sense. But to return to my initial point, I haven't seen this objection that Mr. Tuddenham refers to, but I'm happy to be directed to it.
But I think the specific point, before I see Mr. Jones has his hand raised, was about the extent to which, I appreciate there's a three-stranded approach, you set that out in your initial comments, but in the hypothetical situation in which you were unable to rely on upgrades to the Long Stratton wastewater treatment works, would the other strands still be sufficient to allow the later phases to come forward?
They would, sir, yes.
And that's been verified by your Habitats work that you've done as part of the application, has it?
It has, sir, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jones, do you wish to come back?
Just so that's useful clarification. The reference I was referring to is at the bottom of page 3 and the top of page 4 of the Natural England letter.
Okay, thank you. And obviously, I'll see that in due course. I think that's helpful when there's a disagreement about the interpretation of a letter. Obviously, I can be mindful of those comments and see the letter for myself before reaching a view. Mr. Prestley, Mr. Jones, still have your hands raised. Is that from before or are those for new points? Thank you. Okay, Mr. Jones, sorry.
Sorry, I was just saying apologies.
It's okay, no problem. Okay, so if there is a short-term solution that will facilitate the release of 688 dwellings, does that mean that for that first tranche, the 688, that nutrient neutrality is no longer a barrier to the implementation of that first phase of development. Is that correct?
I think there's still some detail to be worked through with Natural England as a result of the committee meeting last week, but broadly, sir, your point is correct.
Okay. I'm looking at the 5-year contribution of both of these sites. If there's still work to be fleshed out and potentially other pre-commencement works and discharges of conditions, etc., and other hurdles to cross, is 30 dwellings per annum in 24-25, is that realistic, given that there are those outstanding matters to be resolved? Because if you're assuming, for example, 30 dwellings per annum, which is the profile of delivery across the entirety of the development for that site, then that means that the 24-25 allowance is assuming more or less that completions will be being delivered from April, May next year to get a full year's worth of development. So given that there are still these outstanding matters, and there would be obviously a programme of works prior to the first occupation of dwellings, is that realistic still? Thank you.
I take the point, sir, and Mr. Presley may want to add more, but it's worth noting that the applications which received the resolution to approve last week did include an element which was in full for 213.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Presley, did you wish to comment on my question?
Yes, so just to clarify, Mr. Banham's correct. The West application does include, although they're both outline hybrid applications, the West application does include a detailed first phase of 213, which Norfolk Homes are keen to pursue. Our expectation, and by our I mean both the council and the applicants, is that we will, notwithstanding the points we've just talked about, which are in hand in relation to the clarification matters that Natural England have raised, our expectation is that we will have planning permissions in hand by the first half of June this year.
And so do you anticipate that the smaller site will be delivering completions just over a year from now? That all of those various hurdles will have been overcome, discharging conditions, upfront infrastructural works, etc.
It is, yes, certainly in relation to the phase 1 on the west of the detailed scheme. That the expected, we're already preparing work to get on with that. So yes, it's something that we're looking to deliver quickly, and I think the forecast for that particular year is broadly realistic given where we are at the moment.
And what's your response to Mr. Tuddenham's remarks earlier relating to the delay in implementing this site since allocation, and then it's been pushed back and back and back? In the context of that delay that's been incurred so far, why is there such confidence that it can progress at so quickly from where we are now?
Well, there were two principal delays. So the first one came about in relation to the bypass. The original submission included a bypass design scheme that the applicants had put forward. And I think it's about 18 months, 2 years into the applications, the county council resolved to effectively take on that project themselves and securing government funding, etc., etc. So the applications were held up for about 18 months whilst the county council prepared their own designs for the bypass. Then we had to, in effect, drop those bypass designs into our applications and undertake the work that was necessary to do that, i.e. additional environmental assessment work, etc. We were this time last year about to go to committee, and then nutrient neutrality dropped, and we've been delayed a further year. Most of the work in the last 12 months has been around or related to nutrient neutrality. So we've had two significant elements of delay in these applications, one in relation to the bypass, the second in relation to nutrient neutrality. So those are the delays that have arisen, but we're confident, having got through committee and a positive resolution, that we can get these over the line quickly and be building the first phase of houses.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Harris, did you wish to make a further comment in that regard?
Yes, just a very minor point of clarification from me. Mr. Tuddenham referred to a date of 2011 for the allocation of this site. Actually, the site wasn't allocated until 2016 in the Long Stratton Area Action Plan. It was identified in the Joint Core Strategy as a location for growth in 2011, but that was then subject to a legal challenge and was remediated and needed to come back for examination. So that wasn't adopted till 2014. So just to give you the actual dates when the various planning elements happened in relation to this site, but of course Mr. Presley has illustrated the very different position we're in now in terms of the degree of certainty around this scheme.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tuddenham, did you wish to come in?
Yes, sir. Firstly, on the 2011-2014 date, I'm afraid Mr. Harris is wrong. The Joint Core Strategy was adopted in two parts: South Norfolk first, and then there was a delay because of a judicial review of matters, and that came second. So it was there, sitting there since 2011. It was the Broadland part that was delayed. And on the issue of general timing, it's been the proposition at 2011 at the examination then, which I was at, and as was Mr. Harris, the proposition then was that development would start and there would be 1,100 completions by the end of 2023. We're nearly at the end of 2023, 22-23, and the current result is nil, and there are still problems. And I cannot see for the life of me how a proposition now that there's no permission, we're going to see completions by the end of 2023-24, which is in just over a year's time. Impossible.
Okay, thank you. I see there are hands raised from Mr. Harris and Mr. Presley. I don't think there's a need to get into a very long debate about when documents were adopted and weren't adopted. All of those previous documents are before me, and I can check dates myself. But I will take a brief response from Mr. Harris or Mr. Presley if you wish to come back on some of those points.
The only point I was going to say, so just for clarity, is I agree with you. I didn't want to enter into a debate, but just say I guess there's a difference of opinion around dates, but they are before you as to when various things were done.
Yes, thank you. Okay, it's possibly a question for Mr. Presley, and potentially the partnership as well. So Norfolk Homes, the developer for the larger site to the east. The joint delivery statement that's been provided doesn't mention disposing of part of this site to other house builders. So is that still the intention? Because looking at the annual completion rates on the larger site, those seem to imply multiple outlets. So why isn't that indicated in the joint delivery statement? One. And two, is it in fact the intention of Norfolk Homes to bring in additional developers such that there will be multiple outlets operating from this site? Like I say, happy to hear a comment from either the partnership or Mr. Presley as appropriate.
I'm just checking the joint delivery statements, but I'm reasonably confident that we had confirmation from Norfolk Land that they were looking to bring in other developers.
Mr. Presley, your hand's raised. Do you wish to come back?
Yes, sir. That is correct. I think this is recorded at the bottom of paragraph 45 in the hearing statement, which says expectation of Norfolk Land is that development will comprise a multi-developer project with potentially 3 developers building at any one time, which is correct, sir.
Mr. Pressley, I mean, you're acting for Norfolk Land. Is that correct? You're the agent.
Well, there are 2 applicants. Norfolk Homes is the applicant for the west side. Norfolk Homes are house builders, and they will be building out the west side. And Norfolk Land are land promoters, in effect, and they will be disposing of the land on the east side to, as the statement indicates, various developers. And the expectation is that there will be possibly 3 building out at any one time.
So Norfolk Homes won't be one of those developers on the line.
It's likely that Norfolk Homes will be focused on the west side of the scheme. Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful clarification. Thank you.
The document reference, should you need it, is D8.S31.1.
Okay. If that refers to multiple developers,
or probably more precisely, sir. Sorry for the long reference numbers. D8.S30.1. That would be the east side.
Okay. If there's reference in there to multiple developers and I've missed that, then apologies. But that's helpful clarification from Mr. Pressley in any event. Okay. The assumed delivery rate across both sites rises to 180 per annum, which is significantly above the 120 per annum in the Lichfield start to finish analysis. So what's the justification for the higher figure across both sites? Thank you.
So on the eastern side, the rate of completion peaks at 150 homes per year, and that's based on the multiple outlets, and that chimes with start to finish. And then on the the western site, we've assumed that Norfolk Homes would continue to build out that at 30 homes a year, which would be typical for that company on that kind of site.
I think the point, and it's the point raised by Halsbury, which I'm putting to you, was that in effect it's not dissimilar from the 2 Taylor Wimpey sites we discussed before the lunch break, where you have 2 sites close to each other. Is it appropriate to regard them as entirely separate for delivery purposes? So what's your response to, because the argument, if I just to conclude the point, the argument that was put in the Halsbury hearing statement is that it's 180 across both sites, which are in close proximity to one another, and that taken together, that's too high in their view for sites of this nature.
Well, I think our point would be that they are distinct sites which will be delivered by distinct developers, and when you then look at it in that way and apply start to finish assumptions, our trajectory is still cautious. But Mr. Harris may have further points that he can make better than me.
Mr. Harris.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I mean, I echo Mr. Bannon's points about saying whether you would necessarily consider these the same site, one being on the east, one being on the west, and accessed in different ways. Even if you were to consider them as a single site, I think there's a couple of points that I would make to the examination. The first being that 180 is the peak delivery on this site. Of course, start to finish, it works on averages, and if you look at the average across the main Long Stratton site, it's actually lower than that, and I believe I have it in front of me. it's, I think, only 106 if you average it out across that entire area, because it sort of builds up and drops off at the end. And of course, that could be smoothed in any sort of averaging. And then when you add those together, you get to about 136, which is within tolerance of sites of this size. I think the other point I would make is that if you add those sites together, as Lichfield has done, you get up to just shy of 1,900. Now, I'm not sure of the logic behind the thresholds used within start to finish, but that's obviously very close to the 2,000 home threshold that they would have, where your average delivery rate would jump to 160 a year. So it would seem to me that based upon the individual characteristics of this site that have been set out, what we've set out is reasonable based upon those material facts related to how these sites are being delivered. Even if you look at the averages, we're within tolerance. If you say, well, are you close to a threshold in start to finish? Well, yes, we have, which would imply a higher delivery rate. And I come back to my other point that in order to get to an average, the type you have in start to finish, you need to have sites that deliver above and below. This may be one of those sites, and may well be one that delivers slightly above and not substantially above that average.
I think I take those points, Mr. Harris, but I think the danger of using an average across both sites for the entirety of the development programme is you capture years at the start where there's just 30 on one site and the other site hasn't started yet. So I think factoring that into an average across both sites over a longer period, that will drag down the average, because you've got years where there's just 30 completions on one site and the other site hasn't started yet. So I think an average in that sense could be misleading. You'll also get the tails of both the start and end. It's the peak delivery years, of which there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a row, where 180 per annum is assumed. I mean, it's the point that was put by the representatives for Holsbury that I've just put to the partnership. Do they wish to come back on that point, seeing as it's the point you made?
Well, obviously, as the link road and bypass go in, that will then open up multiple sales outlets along.
Sorry, Mr. Banham, I was inviting Holsbury to, perhaps I was unclear. I was inviting Holsbury to come back and respond if they wished, seeing it was their point that I put to you. So apologies, Mr. Bennett.
No, thank you, sir. I think to be honest, I think you put the point across that we mentioned. I mean, yeah, I appreciate start to finish is an average, and the reason that it's average is the fact that, and the fact we have to use this, is the fact there isn't really much evidence locally about how sites deliver. And I think the average does provide us, the best evidence that we have today to work out how many homes are going to come from this site. And looking at it, I appreciate there are two parcels to this, but in effect they are the same site, really. I know that they can be accessed by slightly different routes, but in reality, they're all delivering the same bypass. They're being delivered by two separate outline applications, but they will be developed concurrently. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Does the partnership wish to respond? And apologies for cutting you off, Mr. Banham. It was perhaps my fault for not being clear on who I was addressing.
Sorry, sir. Yeah, I mean, my simple point was going to be that as the link road and the bypass go into place, that does create distinct opportunities for different outlets, and I think our position would still be that they are two distinct sites even at this stage. But Mr. Harris obviously got further points to add too.
Mr. Harris.
Thank you. I mean, the only point I would make, sir, is when I look at the sort of data tables in the back of start to finish and look at similarly sized sites, you do see them sort of going up and down. Now, it's not explicit within that document quite how they've arrived at their average. I did some sort of retro engineering on it to try and understand where they were, and it appeared they do take those fluctuations up and down. So whilst I fully take your point about saying taking into account a build-up of a site is dangerous, if we're saying, well, you need to bring that average down to the average and start to finish, we also need to recognise, unless Mr. Bennett can explain differently to me, that also takes into account peaks and troughs in the same way as we're taking account of a tail at the end of the development in the average work we're doing. It is the danger of averages, and probably why we'd say
we would point to the particular delivery strategies of promoters in supporting our housing forecast, which is what we've done.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Harris. I mean, just to clarify the point I made about lower years pulling down the average, it was simply in relation to the fact that there were 2 years at least where just the smaller site's delivering. So it isn't really representative of the wider site in any case. And those two, 30 per annum, will pull down an average. Well, I haven't done that. I haven't done the maths myself. I've not spreadsheeted it, but that was the simple point I was making. If that helps to clarify, Mr. Tuddenham, you've got your hand raised.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. So I'd like to draw attention to paragraph 5.256 of the committee report, which I think has a relevance on levels of delivery. And if I could just read you the paragraph on how the position was finally agreed on affordable housing. It said the council in this instance, the council appointed CP Viability in this instance to look at the picture rather than use Stuart Bisley. Quite why, I don't know, but the report goes on. This position was finally agreed between the applicant and the council and is based on adopting a more cautious approach to market value, given the current uncertainty in the housing market, as well as the fact that this is largely an untested location for new build dwellings, as detailed in the report by CP Viability. Now, that was a quote from the planning officer on this particular application. So there's plenty of warning in there about the viability and the deliverability of housing in Long Stratton, and to suggest that they could have 180 a year coming in a location like this is quite different to other locations that are experienced. It's not a big town, it's not a big place, and they've never experienced development like this in the past. That's the officer's report, and I think that says a lot for the site that there is some difficulty there in delivery.
Thank you. Mr. Bennett, your hand's raised.
Yeah, it was just to sort of explain start to finish. We do use the averages to start to finish. We sort of use them in the absence of local evidence, which is, as far as I'm aware, is the situation we're in here. There is an absence of evidence in terms of what the GNLP have produced for local delivery rates and lead times. And just to say that obviously it's a widely cited report. I mean, most recently, the Competition and Markets Authority, they're sending out doing a market review of the house building sector, and they say that they're relying on start to finish in terms of build out rates, and rather than recreate any evidence, they will simply rely on that. So I think it's a robust report upon which we can base delivery rates in this plan in the absence of local evidence. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, your hand's raised.
Thank you, sir. Just 3 points, if I may. On whether they are 2 separate sites or not, I'm sure it's obvious, but it's just worth clarifying that Norfolk Homes and Norfolk Land are owned by the same person and are essentially one entity. I think that means they should be considered as one site. In terms of delivery, with just 14% affordable housing, that will have an impact on delivery. That I think there is evidence in start to finish on lower percentages of affordable housing sites delivering slower than those with higher proportions. And in terms of local evidence, I believe Mr. Bennett's colleague, Mr. Spry, in the last hearing session, or the last evidence, did put forward some evidence. Matter 2 hearing statement, which I think is reference E2.19, that sites in Greater Norwich of over 1,000 dwellings deliver just 80 dwellings per annum. So just worth highlighting that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. And I do recall the discussion we had regarding those localised delivery rates. Mr. Harris, did you wish to come back on those points?
Yeah, just a couple of points, Sarah. I mean, there's a lot of discussion about a lack of local evidence there. I think what we would describe as, I think that's probably a bit pejorative. What we're providing is local evidence in the sense of the intentions and delivery beliefs of the people promoting their sites with the knowledge of their markets and their intended delivery strategies. There is local evidence. It might not be in a start to finish format, but there is local evidence there. So let's not pretend there isn't. I think the other thing I might just say is simply because the site is owned by the same person does not, to all intents and purposes, make it delivered as a same site. It depends on the delivery strategy, and you've obviously heard evidence on that. But I won't go further than that.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. And I noted the comments made by Mr. Presley about the different intentions for the two parts of the site before. Okay, thank you for those comments. Another point that's been put to me in the hearing statements is that the cost of the bypass has increased significantly, and that there's a question mark over whether it is fully funded at present. Does the partnership wish to respond to that point at all, please?
Obviously, the decision last week to give a resolution to approve strengthens the existing business case with the Department for Transport, with committed funding of 26.1 million, and then there are proposed contributions from the developer and community infrastructure levy. We are aware of there being a funding gap. This is discussed in a Norfolk County Council Cabinet report that's dated the 5th of September 2022. So it's sort of fully in the public domain that the parties are working together to address any funding shortfall, and then obviously once the bypass is in place, that does I would argue change the the market for Long Stratton, and that should be borne in mind. But again, Mr. Harris has got further points to add.
Mr. Harris.
The only thing I would say as a matter of clarity, and I think Mr. Banham just may add to this further, is I'd refer to paragraph 42 of the Matter 15 response that says, and I quote, and I believe this to have come from the County Council themselves in discussion, the remainder of the 46.23 million cost estimate will be underwritten by Norfolk County Council until the remaining local contributions have been confirmed. So it appears that on my reading they're underwriting it.
When you say underwriting, does that mean that they'll pay that gap, that they'll fund that gap until? What exactly do you mean by underwrite? What exactly does underwriting mean in that context? Will they be funding it and then recouping the contributions at a later date?
I think that discussion has yet to be worked out between the parties on how that funding gap would be divided up, or in what order it'd be paid. But essentially, yes, the parties involved are committed to addressing this funding gap and bringing forward a project which I believe has been discussed for around the last 70 years.
So underwritten means that South Norfolk will pay the 46 million.
This is a county council report into the
Norfolk County Council.
Yeah, so the county council, as the highways authority, would be looking to underwrite, but whether that would be a case of, as you say, Norfolk County Council underwriting it, or whether those costs would be first split between the parties involved, I believe is a discussion still yet to be had, but as I said, ultimately the county council is prepared to underwrite this project.
Maybe I'm missing the point here, or maybe I'm missing the obvious meaning of a word, but the word underwritten seems to do some heavy lifting in that sentence. I've got a friend who's an underwriter. Whether it means the same thing as his job title, I don't know. What exactly does it mean in that sentence? What exactly will Norfolk County Council do? And what exactly does their commitment to that 46.23 million mean?
To pay for it, I suppose the point I'm trying to make is that there are several contributors to this already, i.e. the developer SIL contributions, as well as the Department for Transport funding. So I'm not entirely sure of what slice of the funding gap would be met by who, but ultimately the underwriting would be done.
Which means what in this context?
The bypass would be paid for in full, and I believe the remaining the estimate of cost is 46.2 million.
Okay, Mr. Harris.
Perhaps if Mr. Banner might clarify this, but I mean I've taken it in the usual meaning of the word of guaranteeing the payment, albeit that there may be further negotiations, which I think is what Mr. Banham is referring to. But I'd understood it in that context to allow the project to progress. Mr. Banham can clarify if I have the wrong end of the stick, I'm sure.
I think that's correct. I probably made the point more complicated than it needs to be.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful clarification. And is there a timescale for the delivery of the bypass? Well, sorry, it says in the very next paragraph, doesn't it? Paragraph 43, commenced in April 2024, with a construction duration of 18 months. Okay. Any further comments on the bypass? From recollection, was it Mr. Jones who made that point in his statement? It might have been someone else, but that's my recollection. So I wish to come back on the discussion that's been had in relation to the bypass. Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions for Long Stratton. Does anyone else have any questions or comments they wish to make before we wrap up? Okay, Mr. Warden, do you have any additional questions about the slides we discussed that you wanted to pick up? Thank you.
No, I don't. Thank you, Mr. Hatfield.
Okay. In which case, that concludes the discussion in relation to matter 15. Thank you all for your contributions today. The hearing is now adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.